"Nothing is happening as I expect," Moiraine muttered, not expecting an answer from Lan. The long, polished table before her was littered with books and papers, scrolls and manuscripts, many of them dusty from long storage and tattered with age, some only fragments. The room seemed almost made of books and manuscripts, filling shelves except where there were doors or windows or the fireplace. The chairs were high-backed and well-padded, but half of them and most of the small tables held books, and some had books and scrolls tucked under them. Only the clutter in front of Moiraine was hers, though. She rose and moved to the window, peered into the night toward the lights of the village not far off. No danger of pursuit here. No one would expect her to come here. Clear my head and begin again, she thought. That is all there is to do. None of the villagers had any suspicion that the two elderly sisters living in this snug house were Aes Sedai. One did not suspect such things in a small place like Tifan's, well, a farming community deep in the grassy plains of Arafel. The villagers came to the sisters for advice on their problems and cures for their ills, and valued them as women blessed by the light, but no more. Adelius and Van Dien had gone into voluntary retreat together so long ago that few, even in the White Tower, remembered they still lived. With the one equally aged warder who remained to them, they lived quietly, still intending to write the history of the world since the breaking, and as much as they could include of before. One day, in the meantime, there was so much information to gather, so many puzzles to solve. Their house was the perfect place for Moiraine to find the information she needed. Except that it was not there. Movement caught her eye, and she turned. Lan was lounging against the yellow brick fireplace, as imperturbable as a boulder. "Do you remember the first time we met, Lan?" She was watching for some sign, or she would not have seen the quick twitch of his eyebrow. It was not often she caught him by surprise. This was a subject neither of them ever mentioned. Nearly 20 years ago, she had told him. With all the stiff pride of one still young enough to be called young, she recalled that she would never speak of it again, and expected the same silence of him. "I remember," was all he said. "And still no apology, I suppose?" "You threw me into a pond." She did not smile, though she could feel amusement at it now. "Every stitch I had was soaked, and in what you bordermen call new spring. I nearly froze. I recall I built a fire too and hung blankets so you could warm yourself in privacy." He poked at the burning logs and returned the fire tool to its hook. "Even summer nights were cool in the borderlands. I also recall that while I slept that night, you dumped half the pond on me. It would have saved a great deal of shivering on both our parts if you had simply told me you were Aes Sedai rather than demonstrating it, rather than trying to separate me from my sword. Not a good way to introduce yourself to a borderman, even for a young woman. I was young and alone, and you were as large then as you are now, and your fierceness more open. I did not want you to know I was Aes Sedai. It seemed to me at the time you might answer my questions more freely if you did not know." She fell silent for a moment, thinking of the years since that meeting. It had been good to find a companion to join her in her quest. In the weeks that followed, did you suspect that I would ask you to bond to me? I decided you were the one in the first day. "I never guessed," he said dryly. "I was too busy wondering if I could escort you to Chachin and keep a whole skin. A different surprise you had for me every night. The ants I recall in particular. I don't think I had one good night's sleep that whole ride." She permitted herself a small smile, remembering. "I was young," she repeated. "And does your bond chafe after all these years? You are not a man to wear a leash easily, even so light a one as mine." It was a stinging comment. She meant it to be so. "No." His voice was cool, but he took up the fire tool again and gave the blaze a fierce poking it did not need. Sparks cascaded up the chimney. "I chose freely, knowing what it entailed." The iron rod clattered back onto its hook, and he made a formal bow. "Honor to serve, Moiraine Aes Sedai. It has been and will be so always." Moiraine sniffed. "Your humility, Langaideen, has always been more arrogance than most kings could manage with their armies at their backs. From the first day I met you, it has been so. Why all this talk of days past, Moiraine?" For the 100th time or so, it seemed to her, she considered the words to use. "Before we left Tar Valon, I made arrangements, should anything happen to me, for your bond to pass to another." He stared at her, silent. "When you feel my death, you will find yourself compelled to seek her out immediately." I do not want you to be surprised by it." Compelled, he breathed softly, angrily. "Never once have you used my bond to compel me. I thought you more than disapproved of that. Had I left this thing undone, you would be free of the bond at my death, and not even my strongest command to you would hold. I will not allow you to die in a useless attempt to avenge me, and I will not allow you to return to your equally useless private war in the Blight. The war we fight is the same war, if you could only see it so, and I will see that you fight it to some purpose. Neither vengeance nor an unburied death in the Blight will do. And do you foresee your death coming soon?" His voice was quiet, his face expressionless, both like stone in a dead winter blizzard. It was a manner she had seen in him many times, usually when he was on the point of violence. "Have you planned something, without me, that will see you dead?" "I am suddenly glad there is no pond in this room," she murmured, then raised her hands when he stiffened, offended at her light tone. "I see my death in every day as you do. How could I not, with the tasks we have followed these years? Now, with everything coming to a head, I must see it as even more possible." For a moment he studied his hands, large and square. "I had never thought," he said slowly, "that I might not be the first of us to die. Somehow, even at the worst, it always seemed. By Trant." Abruptly he scrubbed his hands against each other. "If there is a chance I might be given like a pet lapdog, I would at least like to know to whom I am being given." "I have never seen you as a pet," Moiraine said sharply, "and neither does Morel." "Morel?" He grimaced. "Yes, she would have to be green, or else some slip of a girl just raised to full sisterhood. If Morel can keep her 3 Gaiden in line, perhaps she has a chance to manage you. Though she would like to keep you, I know, she has promised to pass your bond to another when she finds one who suits you better. So, not a pet, but a parcel. Morel is to be a caretaker. Moiraine, not even the Greens treat their warders so. No Aes Sedai has passed her warder's bond to another in 400 years, but you intend to do it to me not once, but twice. It is done, and I will not undo it. The light blind me if I am to be passed from hand to hand. Do you at least have some idea in whose hand I will end? What I do is for your own good, and perhaps it may be for another's as well. It may be that Morel will find a slip of a girl just raised to sisterhood. Was that not what you said? Who needs a warder hardened in battle and wise in the ways of the world, a slip of a girl who may need someone who will throw her into a pond? You have much to offer, Lan, and to see it wasted in an unmarked grave, or left to the ravens, when it could go to a woman who needs, it would be worse than the sin of which the white cloaks prate. Yes, I think she will have need of you." Lan's eyes widened slightly. For him it was the same as another man gasping in shocked surmise. She had seldom seen him so off balance. He opened his mouth twice before he spoke. "And who do you have in mind for this?" She cut him off. "Are you sure the bond does not chafe, Langaida? Do you realize for the first time only now the strength of that bond, the depth of it? You could end with some budding white, all logic and no heart, or with a young brown who sees you as nothing more than a pair of hands to carry her books and sketches. I can hand you where I will, like a parcel, or a lapdog, and you can do no more than go. Are you sure it does not chafe? Is that what this has been for?" he grated. His eyes burned like blue fire and his mouth twisted. Anger, for the first time ever that she had seen, open anger, etched his face. "Has all this talk been a test to see if you could make my bond rub? After all this time? From the day I pledged to you, I have ridden where you said ride, even when I thought it foolish, even when I had reason to ride another way. Never did you need my bond to force me. On your word, I have watched you walk into danger, and kept my hands at my sides when I wanted nothing more than to outsword and carve a path to safety for you. After this, you test me? Not a test, Lan. I spoke plainly, not twisting, and I have done as I said, but at Faldara I began to wonder if you were still wholly with me." A wariness entered his eyes. "Lan, forgive me. I would not have cracked the walls you hold so hard, but I must know. Why did you do as you did with Rand?" He blinked. It was obviously not what he expected. She knew what he had thought was coming, and she would not let up now that he was off balance. "You brought him to the Amyrlin speaking and acting as a border lord and a soldier born. It fit, in a way, with what I planned for him, but you and I never spoke of teaching him any of that. Why, Lan? It seemed, right, A young wolfhound must meet his first wolf someday, but if the wolf sees him as a puppy, if he acts the puppy, the wolf will surely kill him. The wolfhound must be a wolfhound in the wolf's eyes even more than in his own, if he is to survive. Is that how you see Aes Sedai? The Amyrlin? Me? Wolves out to pull down your young wolfhound? Lan shook his head. You know what he is, Lamb. You know what he must become. Must. What I have worked for since the day you and I met, and before. Do you now doubt what I do? No, but bye. He was recovering himself, building his walls again, but they were not rebuilt yet. How many times have you said that Tavren pull those around them like twigs in a whirlpool? Perhaps I was pulled too. I only know that it felt right. Those farm folk needed someone on their side. Rand did, at least. Moiraine, I believe in what you do, even as now, when I know not half of it. Believe as I believe in you. I have not asked to be released from my bond, nor will I. Whatever your plans for dying and seeing me safely disposed of, I will take great pleasure in keeping you alive and seeing those plans at least go for nothing. Tavren, Moiraine sighed. Perhaps it was that. Rather than guiding a chip floating down a stream, I am trying to guide a log through rapids. Every time I push at it, it pushes at me, and the log grows larger the farther we go. Yet I must see it through to the end. She gave a little laugh. I will not be unhappy, my old friend, if you manage to put those plans awry. Now, please leave me. I need to be alone to think. He hesitated only a moment before turning for the door. At the last moment, though, she could not let him go without one more question. Do you ever dream of something different, Lan? All men dream, but I know dreams for dreams. This, he touched his sword hilt, is reality. The walls were back, as high and hard as ever. For a time after he left, Moiraine leaned back in her chair, looking into the fire. She thought of Nynaeve and cracks in a wall. Without trying, without thinking what she was doing, that young woman had put cracks in Lan's walls and seeded the cracks with creepers. Lan thought he was secure, imprisoned in his fortress by fate and his own wishes, but slowly, patiently, the creepers were tearing down the walls to bear the man within. Already he was sharing some of Nynaeve's loyalties. In the beginning he had been indifferent to the Eamon's fieldfolk, except as people in whom Moiraine had some interest. Nynaeve had changed that as she had changed Lan. To her surprise, Moiraine felt a flash of jealousy. She had never felt that before, certainly not for any of the women who had thrown their hearts at his feet or those who had shared his bed. Indeed, she had never thought of him as an object of jealousy, had never thought so of any man. She was married to her battle, as he was married to his. But they had been companions in those battles for so long. He had ridden a horse to death, then run himself nearly to death, carrying her in his arms at the last, to Nynaeve for healing. She had tended his wounds more than once, keeping with her arts a life he had been ready to throw away to save hers. He'd always said he was wedded with death. Now a new bride had captured his eyes, though he was blind to it. He thought he still stood strong behind his walls, but Nynaeve had laced bridal flowers in his hair. Would he still find himself able to court death so blithely? Moiraine wondered when he would ask her to release him from his bond, and what she would do when he did. With a grimace, she got to her feet. There were more important matters, far more important. Her eyes ran over the open books and papers crowding the room. So many hints, but no answers. Vandene came in with a teapot and cups on a tray. She was slender and graceful, with a straight back, and the hair gathered neatly at the nape of her neck was almost white. The agelessness of her smooth face was that of long, long years. I would have had Jaime bring this and not disturb you myself, but he's out in the barn practicing with his sword. She made a clucking sound as she pushed a battered manuscript aside to set the tray on the table. Lan being here has him remembering he's more than a gardener and handyman. Gaiden are so stiff-necked. I thought Lan would still be here. That's why I brought an extra cup. Have you found what you were seeking? I am not even sure what it is I am seeking. Moiraine frowned, studying the other woman. Vandene was of the green Aja, not brown like her sister, yet the two of them had studied so long together that she knew as much of history as Adelaus. Whatever it is, you don't even seem to know where to look. Vandene shifted some of the books and manuscripts on the table, shaking her head. So many subjects. The Trolloc Wars, the Watchers over the Waves, the Legend of the Return, 2 treatises on the Horn of Valere, 3 on Dark Prophecy, and Light, here's Santhra's book on the Forsaken. Nasty, that. As nasty as this on Shadar Logoth. And the Prophecies of the Dragon, in 3 translations, and the original. Moiraine, whatever are you after? The Prophecies, I can understand. We hear some news here, remote as we are. We hear some of what's happening in Ilian. There's even a rumor in the village that someone has already found the horn. She gestured with a manuscript on the horn and coughed in the dust that rose from it. I discount that, of course. There would be rumors. But what? No? You said you wanted privacy, and I'll give it to you. Stop a moment, Moiraine said, halting the other Aes Sedai short of the door. Perhaps you can answer some questions for me. I will try. Vandene smiled suddenly. Adelias claims I should have chosen brown. Ask. She poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Moiraine, then took a chair by the fire. Steam curled over the cups while Moiraine chose her questions carefully, to find the answers, and not reveal too much. The Horn of Valere is not mentioned in the Prophecies, but is it linked to the dragon anywhere? No. Except for the fact that the horn must be found before Thom on Gaidon, and that the Dragon Reborn is supposed to fight the last battle, there is no link between them at all. The white-haired woman sipped her tea and waited. Does anything link the dragon with Thom and Head? Vandene hesitated. Yes and no. This is a bone between Adelias and me. Her voice took on a lecturing tone, and for a time she did sound like a brown. There is a verse in the original that translates literally as 5 ride forth and 4 return. Above the watchers shall he proclaim himself, bannered cross the sky in fire. By. Well, it goes on. The point is the word Mavron. I say it should be translated not simply as watchers, which is Avron. Mavron has more importance to it. I say it means the watchers over the waves, though they call themselves Dumir Avron, of course, not Mavron. Adelias tells me I'm quibbling, but I believe it means the Dragon Reborn will appear somewhere above Thom and Head in Arad Doman or Saldea. Adelias may think I'm foolish, but I listen to every scrap I hear coming from Saldea these days. Mazrim Time can channel, so I hear, and our sisters haven't managed to corner him yet. If the dragon is reborn and the Horn of Valere found, then the last battle is coming soon. We may never finish our history. She gave a shiver, then abruptly laughed. Odd thing to worry about. I suppose I'm becoming more a brown. Horrible thing to contemplate. Ask your next question. I do not think you need worry about Taim, Moiraine said absently. It was a link with Thom and Head, however small and tenuous. He will be dealt with as Loghain was. What of Shadar Logoth? Shadar Logoth, Vandene snorted. In brief, the city was destroyed by its own hate. Every living thing except Mordath, the counselor who began it all, using the tactics of the Darkfriends against the Darkfriends, and he now lies trapped there waiting for a soul to steal. It is not safe to enter, and nothing in the city is safe to touch, but every novice close to being accepted knows as much as that. In full, you will have to stay here a month and listen to Adelias' lecture. She has the true knowledge of it, but even I can tell you there's nothing of the dragon in it. That place was dead 100 years before Urian Stonebow rose from the ashes of the Trolloc Wars, and he lies closest to it in history of all the false dragons. Moiraine raised a hand. I did not speak clearly, and I do not speak of the dragon, now reborn or false. Can you think of any reason why a Fade would take something that had come from Shadar Logoth? Not if it knew the thing for what it was. The hate that killed Shadar Logoth was hate they thought to use against the Dark One. It would destroy Shadowspawn as surely as it would those who walk in the light. They rightly fear Shadar Logoth as much as we. And what can you tell me of the Forsaken? You do leap from subject to subject. I can tell you little more than you learned as a novice. No one knows much more of the Nameless than that. Do you expect me to ramble on with what we both learned as girls? For an instant, Moiraine was silent. She did not want to say too much, but Vandene and Adelias had more knowledge at their fingertips than existed anywhere else but the White Tower, and more complications awaited her there than she cared to deal with now. She let the name slip between her lips as if it were escaping. Lanfear? For once, the other woman sighed. I know not a whit more than I did as a novice. The Daughter of the Night remains as much a mystery as if she truly had cloaked herself in darkness. She paused, peering into her cup, and when she looked up, her eyes were sharp on Moiraine's face. Lanfear was linked to the dragon, to lose Therin Telamon. Moiraine, do you have some clue as to where the dragon will be reborn? Or was reborn? Has he come already? If I did, Moiraine replied levelly, would I be here instead of in the White Tower? The Amelin knows as much as I, that I swear. Have you received a summons from her? No, and I suppose we would. When the time comes that we must face the Dragon Reborn, the Amelin will need every sister, every accepted, every novice who can light a candle unguided. Vandine's voice lowered, musing. With such power as he will wield, we must overwhelm him before he has a chance to use it against us, before he can go mad and destroy the world. Yet first we must let him face the Dark One. She laughed mirthlessly at the look on Moraine's face. I'm not a red. I've studied the prophecies enough to know we dare not gentle him first, if we can gentle him. I know as well as you, as well as any sister who cares to find out, that the seals holding the Dark One in Sheol Ghul are weakening. The Illianers call the Great Hunt of the Horn. False dragons abound, and two of them, Loghain, and now this fellow in Saldea, able to channel. When was the last time the Reds found two men channeling in less than a year? When did they last find one in 5 years? Not in my lifetime, and I'm a good deal older than you. The signs are everywhere. Tarmon Gaidon is coming. The Dark One will break free, and the dragon will be reborn. Her cup rattled as she set it down. I suppose that is why I feared you might have seen some sign of him. He will come, Moiraine said smoothly, and we will do what must be done. If I thought it would do any good, I'd pull Adelias's nose out of her book and set off for the White Tower. But I find I'm glad to be here, where I am instead. Perhaps we will have time to finish our history. I hope that you will, sister. Vandine rose to her feet. Well, I have tasks to be about before bed. If you have no more questions, I will leave you to your studies. But she paused and revealed that, however long she had spent with books, she was still of the green Ajar. You should do something about Lan, Moiraine. The man is rumbling inside, worse than Dragonmount. Sooner or later, he will erupt. I've known enough men to see when one is troubled with a woman. You two have been together a long time. Perhaps he has finally come to see you are a woman as well as Aes Sedai. Lan sees me as what I am, Vandene. Aes Sedai, and still as a friend, I hope. You blues, always so ready to save the world that you lose yourselves. After the white-haired Aes Sedai left, Moiraine gathered her cloak and, muttering to herself, went into the garden. There was something in what Vandine had said that tugged at her mind, but she could not remember what it was. An answer or a hint to an answer for a question she had not asked, but she could not bring the question to mind either. The garden was small, like the house, but neat even in moonlight, aided by the yellow glow from the cottage windows, with sandy walks between careful beds of flowers. She settled her cloak loosely on her shoulders against the soft coolness of the night. What was the answer, and what was the question? Sand crunched behind her, and she turned, thinking it was Lan. A shadow loomed dimly only a few paces from her, a shadow that appeared to be a too tall man, wrapped in his cloak. But the face caught the moon, gaunt-cheeked, pale, with black eyes too big above a puckered, red-lipped mouth. The cloak opened, unfolding into great wings like a bat's. Knowing it was too late, she opened herself to Saidar, but the Dragkar began to croon, and its soft hum filled her, fragmenting her will. Saidar slipped away. She felt only a vague sadness as she stepped toward the creature, the deep crooning that drew her closer, suppressed feeling. White hands, like a man's hands, but tipped with claws, reached for her, and lips the color of blood curved in a travesty of a smile, bearing sharp teeth, but dimly, so dimly, she knew it would not bite or tear. Fear the Dragkar's kiss. Once those lips touched her, she would be as good as dead, to be drained of soul, then of life. Whoever found her, even if they came as the Dragkar let her fall, would find a corpse without a mark and cold as if dead 2 days. And if they came before she was dead, what they found would be worse, and not really her at all any longer. The croon pulled her within reach of those pale hands, and the Dragkar's head bent slowly toward her. She felt only the smallest surprise when a sword blade flashed over her shoulder to pierce the Dragkar's breast, and little more when a second crossed her other shoulder to strike beside the first. Dazed, swaying, she watched as if from a great distance as the creature was pushed back, away from her. Lan came into her view, then Jaem, the grey-haired warder's bony arms holding his blade as straight and true as the younger man's. The Dragkar's pale hands bloodied as they tore at the sharp steel, wings buffeting the two men with thunderclaps. Suddenly, wounded and bleeding, it began to croon again, to the warders. With an effort, Moiraine gathered herself. She felt almost as drained as if the thing had managed its kiss. No time to be weak. In an instant she opened herself to Sedai and, as the power filled her, steeled herself to touch the shadow spawn directly. The two men were too close. Anything else would harm them as well. Even using the one power, she knew she would feel soiled by the Dragkar. But even as she began, Lan cried out, "Embrace death!" Jaem echoed him firmly. "Embrace death!" And the two men stepped within reach of the Dragkar's touch, drove home their blades to the hilt. Throwing back its head, the Dragkar bellowed, a shriek that seemed to pierce Moraine's head with needles. Even wrapped in Sedai, she could feel it. Like a tree falling, the Dragkar toppled, one wing knocking Jaem to his knees. Lan sagged as if exhausted. Lanterns hurried from the house, borne by Vandon and Adelias. "What was that noise?" Adelias demanded. She was almost a mirror image of her sister. "Has Jaem gone?" And Bye. The lantern light fell on the Dragkar. Her voice trailed off. Vandene took Moraine's hands. It did not. Bye. She left the question unfinished as, to Moiraine's eyes, a nimbus surrounded her. Feeling strength flowing into her from the other woman, Moiraine wished, not for the first time, that Aes Sedai could do as much for themselves as they could for others. "It did not," she said gratefully. "See to the Gaidin." Lan looked at her, mouth tight. "If you had not made me so angry, I had to go work forms with Jaem, so angry I gave it up to come back to the house." Bye. "But I did," she said. "The pattern takes everything into the weaving," Jaem was muttering, but still allowing Vandene to see to his shoulder. He was all bone and tendon, yet looked as hard as old roots. "How?" Adelias demanded. "Could any creature of the shadow come so close without us sensing it?" "It was warded," Moiraine said. "Impossible," Adelias snapped. "Only a sister could." She stopped, and Vandene turned from Jaem to look at Moiraine. Moiraine said the words none of them wanted to hear. The Black Arja. Shouts drifted from the village. "Best you hide this," she gestured to the Dragkar, sprawled across a flower bed quickly. "They will be coming to ask if you need help, but seeing this will start talk you will not like." "Yes, of course," Adelias said. "Jaem, go and meet them. Tell them you don't know what made the noise, but all is well here. Slow them down." The grey-haired warder hurried into the night toward the sound of approaching villagers. Adelias turned to study the Dragkar, as if it were a puzzling passage in one of her books. Whether Aes Sedai are involved or not, whatever could have brought it here. Vandene regarded Moiraine silently. "I fear I must leave you," Moiraine said. "Lan, will you ready the horses?" As he left, she said, "I will leave letters with you to be sent on to the White Tower, if you will arrange it." Adelias nodded absently, her attention still on the thing on the ground. "And will you find your answers where you are going?" Vandene asked. "I may already have found one I did not know I sought. I only hope I am not too late. I will need pen and parchment." She drew Vandene toward the house, leaving Adelias to deal with the Dragkar. Nynaeve warily eyed the huge chamber, far beneath the White Tower, and eyed Cairhien at her side, just as warily. The Mistress of Novices seemed expectant, perhaps even a little impatient. In her few days in Tar Valon, Nynaeve had seen only serenity in the Aes Sedai and a smiling acceptance of events coming in their own time. The domed room had been carved out of the bedrock of the island, the light of lamps on tall stands reflected from pale, smooth stone walls. Centered under the dome was a thing made of 3 rounded silver arches, each just tall enough to walk under, sitting on a thick silver ring with their ends touching each other. Arches and ring were all of one piece. She could not see what lay inside. There the light flickered oddly and made her stomach flutter with it if she looked too long. Where arch touched ring, an Aes Sedai sat cross-legged on the bare stone of the floor, staring at the silvery construction. Another stood nearby, beside a plain table on which sat 3 large silver chalices. Each, Nynaeve knew, or at least she had been told, was filled with clear water. All 4 Aes Sedai wore their shawls, as Sheriam did, blue-fringed for Sheriam, red for the swarthy woman by the table, green, white and grey for the 3 around the arches. Nynaeve still wore one of the dresses she had been given in Faldara, pale green embroidered with small white flowers. "First you leave me to stare at my thumbs from morning to night," Nynaeve muttered, "and now it's all in a rush." "The hour waits on no woman," Sheriam replied. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and when it wills. Patience is a virtue that must be learned, but we must all be ready for the change of an instant." Nynaeve tried not to glare. The most irritating thing she had yet discovered about the flame-haired Aes Sedai was that she sometimes sounded as if she were quoting sayings even when she was not. What is that thing? A Ter'angreal? Well, that tells me nothing. What does it do? Ter'angreal do many things, child. Like Angreal and Ter'angreal, they are remnants of the Age of Legends that use the one power, though they are not quite so rare as the other 2. While some Ter'angreal must be made to work by Aes Sedai, as this one must, others will do what they do simply with the presence of any woman who can channel. There are even supposed to be some that will function for anyone at all. Unlike Angreal and Ter'angreal, they were made to do specific things. One other we have in the tower makes oaths binding. When you are raised to full sisterhood, you will take your final vows holding that Ter'angreal. To speak no word, that is not true. To make no weapon for one man to kill another. Never to use the one power as a weapon except against Darkfriends or Shadowspawn, or in the last extreme of defending your own life, that of your warder, or that of another sister. Nynaeve shook her head. It sounded either like too much to swear or too little, and she said so. Once, Aes Sedai were not required to swear oaths. It was known what Aes Sedai were and what they stood for, and there was no need for more. Many of us wish it were so still, but the wheel turns and the times change. That we swear these oaths, that we are known to be bound, allows the nations to deal with us without fearing that we will throw up our own power, the one power, against them. Between the Trolloc Wars and the War of the 100 Years we made these choices, and because of them the White Tower still stands, and we can still do what we can against the shadow. Sheriam drew a deep breath. "Light, child, I'm trying to teach you what any other woman standing where you are would have learned over the course of years. It cannot be done. Ter'angreal are what must concern you now. We don't know why they were made. We dare use only a handful of them, and the ways in which we do dare to use them may be nothing like the purposes the makers intended. Most we have learned to our cost to avoid. Over the years, no few Aes Sedai have been killed or had their talent burned out of them learning that." Nynaeve shivered. "And you want me to walk into this one?" The light inside the arches flickered less now, but she could see what lay in it no better. "We know what this one does. It will bring you face to face with your greatest fears." Sheriam smiled pleasantly. "No one will ask you what you have faced. You need tell no more than you wish. Every woman's fears are her own property." Vaguely, Nynaeve thought about her nervousness concerning spiders, especially in the dark, but she did not think that was what Sheriam meant. "I just walk through one arch and out another. 3 times through, and it's done?" The Aes Sedai adjusted her shawl with an irritated hitch of her shoulder. "If you wish to boil it down that far, yes," she said dryly. "I told you on the way here what you must know about the ceremony as much as anyone is allowed to know beforehand. If you were a novice come to this, you would know it by heart, but don't worry about making mistakes. I will remind you if necessary. Are you sure you're ready to face it? If you want to stop now, I can still write your name in the novice book."
"No."
"Very well then. 2 things I will tell you now that no woman hears until she is in this room. The first is this. Once you begin, you must continue to the end. Refuse to go on, and no matter your potential, you will be very kindly put out of the tower with enough silver to support you for a year, and you will never be allowed back." Nynaeve opened her mouth to say she would not refuse, but Sheriam cut her off with a sharp gesture. "Listen and speak when you know what to say. Second, to seek, to strive, is to know danger. You will know danger here. Some women have entered and never come out. When the Ter'angreal was allowed to grow quiet, they were not there, and they were never seen again. If you will survive, you must be steadfast. Falter, fail, and, by Her silence was more eloquent than any words. "This is your last chance, child. You may turn back now, right now, and I will put your name in the novice book, and you will have only one mark against you. Twice more you will be allowed to come here, and only at the third refusal will you be put out of the tower. It is no shame to refuse. Many do. I myself could not do it, my first time here. Now you may speak." Nynaeve gave the silver arches a sidelong look. The light in them no longer flickered. They were filled with a soft white glow. To learn what she wanted to learn, she needed the freedom of the accepted to question, to study on her own, with no more guidance than she asked for. "I must make Moiraine pay for what she has done to us. I must. I'm ready." Sheriam started slowly into the chamber. Nynaeve went beside her. As if that were a signal, the Red Sister spoke in loud, formal tones. "Whom do you bring with you, sister?" The three Aes Sedai around the Ter'angreal continued their attentions to it. "One who comes as a candidate for acceptance, sister," Sheriam replied, just as formally. "Is she ready?" "She is ready to leave behind what she was, and, passing through her fears, gain acceptance." "Does she know her fears?" "She has never faced them, but now is willing." "Then let her face what she fears." Sheriam stopped 2 spans from the arches, and Nynaeve stopped with her. "Your dress," Sheriam whispered, not looking at her. Nynaeve's cheeks coloured at forgetting already what Sheriam had told her on the way down from her room. Hastily she removed her clothes, her shoes and stockings. For a moment she could almost forget the arches in folding her garments and putting them neatly to one side. She tucked Lamb's ring carefully under her dress. She did not want anyone staring at that. Then she was done, and the Ter'angreal was still there, still waiting. The stone felt cold under her bare feet, and she broke out all over in goosebumps, but she stood straight and breathed slowly. She would not let any of them see she was afraid. "The first time," Sheriam said, "is for what was. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast." Nynaeve hesitated. Then she stepped forward, through the arch and into the glow. It surrounded her, as if the air itself was shining, as if she were drowning in light. The light was everywhere. The light was everything. Nynaeve gave a start when she realized she was naked, then stared in amazement. A stone wall stood to either side of her, twice as tall as she was and smooth, as if carved. Her toes wriggled on dusty, uneven stone paving. The sky above seemed flat and leaden for all the lack of clouds, and the sun hung overhead swollen and red. In both directions were openings in the wall, gateways marked by short, square columns. The walls narrowed her field of view, but the ground sloped down from where she stood, both in front and behind. Through the gateways she could see more thick walls and passages between. She was in a gigantic maze. Where is this? How did I come here? Like a different voice, another thought came. The way out will come but once. She shook her head. If there's only one way out, I'll not find it standing here. At least the air was warm and dry. I hope I find some clothes before I find people, she muttered. Dimly she remembered playing mazes on paper as a child. There had been a trick to finding your way out, but she could not bring it to mind. Everything in the past seemed vague, as if it had happened to someone else. Trailing a hand along the wall, she started out, dust rising in puffs beneath her bare feet. At the first opening in the wall, she found herself peering down another passage that seemed indistinguishable from the one she was in already. Taking a deep breath, she went on straight through more passages that all looked exactly alike. Presently, she came to something different. The way forked. She took the left turning, and eventually it forked again. Once more she went left. At the third fork, left brought her to a blank wall. Grimly, she walked back to the last fork and went right. This time it took 4 turnings right to bring her to a dead end. For a moment she stood glaring at it. "How did I get here?" she demanded loudly. "Where is this place? The way out will come but once." Once more she turned back. She was sure there had to be a trick to the maze. At the last fork she went left, then right at the next. Determined, she kept on. Left, then right. Straight until she came to a fork. Left, then right. It seemed to her to be working. At least she had gone past a dozen forkings this time without finding an end. She came to another. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flicker of motion. When she turned to look, there was only the dusty passage between smooth stone walls. She started to take the left fork. By, and spun around at another glimpse of movement. There was nothing there, but this time she was sure. There'd been someone behind her, was someone. She broke into a nervous trot in the opposite direction. Again and again now, just at the edge of vision down this side passage or that, she saw something move, too quick to make out, gone before she could turn her head to see it plainly. She broke into a run. Few boys had been able to outrun her when she was a girl in the Two Rivers. The Two Rivers? What is that? A man stepped out from an opening ahead of her. His dark clothes had a musty, half-rotted look, and he was old, older than old. Skin like crazed parchment covered his skull too tightly, as if there were no flesh beneath. Wispy tufts of brittle hair covered a scabbed scalp, and his eyes were so sunken they seemed to peer out of two caves. She skidded to a stop, the uneven paving stones rough under her feet. "I am Agenor," he said, smiling, "and I have come for you." Her heart tried to leap out of her chest. One of the Forsaken. No? No, it cannot be. You are a pretty one, girl. I will enjoy you. Suddenly, Nynaeve remembered she wore not a stitch. With a yelp and a face red only partly from anger, she darted away down the nearest crossing passage. Cackling laughter pursued her, and the sound of a shuffling run that seemed to match her best speed, and breathy promises of what he would do when he caught her, promises that curdled her stomach even only half heard. Desperately she searched for a way out, peering frantically as she ran with fists clenched. The way out will come but once. Be steadfast. There was nothing, only more of the endless maze. As hard as she could run, his filthy words came always right behind her. Slowly, fear turned completely to anger. "Burn him," she sobbed. "The light burn him. He has no right." Within her she felt a flowering and opening up and unfolding to light. Teeth bared, she turned to face her pursuer just as Agenor appeared, laughing in a lurching gallop. "You have no right." She flung her fist toward him, fingers opening as if she were throwing something. She was only half surprised to see a ball of fire leave her hand. It exploded against Agenor's chest, knocking him to the ground. For only an instant he sprawled there, then rose, staggering. He seemed unaware of the smouldering front of his coat. "You dare?" "You dare?" he quivered, and spittle leaked down his chin. Abruptly there were clouds in the sky, threatening billows of grey and black. Lightning leaped from the cloud, straight for Nynaeve's heart. It seemed to her, just for a heartbeat, as if time had suddenly slowed, as though that heartbeat took forever. She felt the flow inside her. Sedar came a distant thought, felt the answering flow in the lightning, and she altered the direction of the flow. Time leaped forward. With a crash, the bolt shattered stone above Agenor's head. The Forsaken's sunken eyes widened, and he tottered back. "You cannot. It cannot be!" He leaped away as lightning struck where he had stood, stone erupting in a fountain of shards. Grimly, Nynaeve started toward him, and Agenor fled. Sedar was a torrent racing through her. She could feel the rocks around her, and the air, feel the tiny flowing bits of the one power that suffused them and made them. And she could feel Agenor doing, by, something as well. Dimly she felt it, and far distant, as if it was something she could never truly know. But around her she saw the effects and knew them for what they were. The ground rumbled and heaved under her feet. Walls toppled in front of her, piles of stone to block her way. She scrambled over them, uncaring if sharp rock cut hands and feet, always keeping Agenor in sight. A wind rose, howling down the passages against her, raging till it flattened her cheeks and made her eyes water. Trying to knock her down, she changed the flow, and Agenor tumbled along the passageway like an uprooted bush. She touched the flow in the ground, redirected it, and stone walls collapsed around Agenor, sealing him in. Lightning fell with her glare, striking around him, stone exploding ever closer and closer. She could feel him fighting to push it back at her, but foot by foot the dazzling bolts moved toward the Forsaken. Something gleamed off to her right, something uncovered by the collapsing walls. Nynaeve could feel Agenor weakening, feel his efforts to strike at her grow more feeble and more frantic. Yet somehow she knew he had not given up. If she let him go now, he would chase after her as strongly as before, convinced she was too weak to defeat him. After all, too weak to stop him from doing with her as he wished. A silver arch stood where stone had been, an arch filled with soft silver radiance. The way back. By. She knew when the Forsaken abandoned his attack, the moment when all his efforts were given over to staving her off. and his power was not enough. He could no longer deflect her blows. Now he had to fling himself away from the leaping gouts of stone thrown up by her lightning, the explosions flinging him down again. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The lightning no longer fell. Nynaeve turned from the scrabbling Agenor to look at the arch. She looked back at Agenor just in time to see him crawl out of sight over the mounded stone and disappear. She hissed in frustration. Much of the maze still stood, and 100 new places to hide in the rubble she and the Forsaken had made. It would take time to find him again, but she was sure if she did not find him first, he would find her. In his full strength, he would come on her when she least expected him. The way back will come but once. Frightened, she looked again and was relieved to see the arch still there. If she could find Agenor quickly. Bye. Be steadfast. With a cry of thwarted anger, she climbed over the tumbled stone toward the arch. Whoever's responsible for me being here, she muttered, I'll make them wish they had gotten what Agenor got. She stepped into the arch, and the light overwhelmed her. Nynaeve stepped out of the arch and stopped to stare. It was all as she remembered, the silver Ter'angreal, the Aes Sedai, the chamber. But remembering was like a blow, absent memories crashing back into her head. She had come out of the same arch by which she went in. The Red Sister raised one of the silver chalices high and poured a stream of cool, clear water over Nynaeve's head. You are washed clean of what sin you may have done, the Aes Sedai intoned, and of those done against you. You are washed clean of what crime you may have committed, and of those committed against you. You come to us washed clean and pure, in heart and soul. Nynaeve shivered as the water ran down her body, dripping on the floor. Cairhien took her arm with a relieved smile, but the Mistress of Novice's voice gave no hint of past worry. You do well so far. Coming back is doing well. Remember what your purpose is, and you will continue to be well. The redhead began to lead her around the Ter'angreal to another arch. It was so real, Nynaeve said in a whisper. She could remember everything, remember channeling the one power as easily as lifting her hand. She could remember Agenor and the things the Forsaken wanted to do to her. She shivered again. Was it real? No one knows, Cairhien replied. It seems real in memory, and some have come out bearing the actual wounds of hurts taken inside. Others have been cut to the bone inside and come back without a mark. It is all of it different every time for every woman who goes in. The ancients said there were many worlds. Perhaps this Ter'angreal takes you to them. Yet if so, it does so under very stringent rules, for something meant just to take you from one place to another. I believe it is not real, but remember, whether what happens is real or not, the danger is as real as a knife plunging into your heart. I channeled the power. It was so easy. Cairhien missed a step. That isn't supposed to be possible. You should not even remember being able to channel. She studied Nynaeve. And yet you are not harmed. I can still sense the ability in you, as strong as it ever was. You sound as if it were dangerous, Nynaeve said slowly, and Cairhien hesitated before answering. It isn't thought necessary to give a warning, since you should be able to remember it, but bye. This Ter'angreal was found during the Trolloc Wars. We have the records of its examination in the archives. The first sister to enter was warded as strongly as she could be, since no one knew what it would do. She kept her memories, and she channeled the one power when she was threatened. And she came out with her abilities burned to nothing, unable to channel, unable even to sense the true source. The second to go in was also warded, and she too was destroyed in the same way. The third went unprotected, remembered nothing once she was inside, and returned unharmed. That is one reason why we send you completely unprotected. Nynaeve, you must not channel inside the Ter'angreal again. I know it is hard to remember anything, but try. Nynaeve swallowed. She could remember everything, could remember not remembering. I won't channel, she said, if I can remember not to. She wanted to laugh hysterically. They had reached the next arch. The glow still filled them all. Cairhien gave Nynaeve a last warning look and left her standing alone. The second time is for what is. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Nynaeve stared at the shining silver arch. What is in there this time? The others were waiting, watching. She stepped firmly through into the light. Nynaeve stared down at the plain brown dress she wore with surprise, then gave a start. Why was she staring at her own dress? The way back will come but once. Looking around her, she smiled. She stood on the edge of the green in Emond's Field, with thatch-roofed houses all around, and the wine-spring inn right in front of her. The wine-spring itself rose in a gush from the stone outcrop, thrusting up through the grass of the green, and the wine-spring water rushed off east under the willows beside the inn. The streets were empty, but most people would be at their chores this time of the morning. Looking at the inn, her smile faded. There was more than an air of neglect about it. Whitewash faded, a shutter hanging loose, the rotted end of a rafter showing at a gap in the roof tiles. What's gotten into Bran? Is he spending so much time being mayor, he's forgetting to take care of his inn? The inn door swung open, and Senbui came out, stopping dead when he saw her. The old thatcher was as gnarled as an oak root, and the look he gave her was just as friendly. "So, you've come back, have you? Well, you might as well be off again." She frowned as he spat at her feet and hurried on past her. Sen was never a pleasant man, but he was seldom openly rude. Never to her, at least. Never to her face. Following him with her eye, she saw signs of neglect all through the village. Thatch that should have been mended, weeds filling yards. The door on Mistress Alkar's house hung aslant on a broken hinge. Shaking her head, Nynaeve pushed into the inn. "I'll have more than one word with Bran about this." The common room was empty except for a lone woman, her thick greying braid pulled over her shoulder. She was wiping a table, but from the way she stared at the tabletop, Nynaeve did not think she was aware of what she'd doing. The room seemed dusty. Marine Oldvear jumped, one hand clutching her throat, and stared. She looked years older than Nynaeve remembered. Worn. Nynaeve. Oh, it is you. Egwene? Have you brought Egwene back? Say you have. Bye. Nynaeve put a hand to her head. Where is Egwene? It seemed she should be able to remember. No, I haven't brought her back. The way back will come but once. Mistress Oldvear sagged into one of the straight-back chairs. I was so hoping, ever since Bran died. Bye. Bran is dead? Nynaeve could not imagine it. That broad, smiling man had always seemed as if he would go on forever. I should have been here. The other woman jumped to her feet and hurried to peer anxiously through a window at the green and the village. If Melina knows you're here, there will be trouble. I just know. Sen went scurrying off to find her. He's the mayor now. Sen? How did even those wool-headed men choose Sen? It was Melina. She had the whole women's circle after their husbands for him. Marin pressed her face almost against the window, trying to look every way at once. Silly men don't talk about whose name they're putting in the box beforehand. I suppose every man who voted for Sen thought he was the only one whose wife had badgered him into it. Thought one vote would make no difference. Well, they learned better. We all did. Who is this Melina, who has the women's circle doing her bidding? I've never heard of her. She's from Watch Hill. She's the whiz. Well, bye. Pumpten. Marin turned from the window, wringing her hands. Melina Ayla's the wisdom, Nynaeve. When you didn't come back, bye. Light, I hope she doesn't find out you're here. Nynaeve shook her head in wonder. Marin, you're afraid of her. You're shaking. What kind of woman is she? Why did the women's circle ever choose someone like her? Mistress Oldvear gave a bitter laugh. We must have been mad. Melina came down to see Mavra Mullen the day before Mavra had to go back to Devon Ride, and that night some children took sick, and Melina stayed to look after them, and then the sheep started dying, and Melina took care of that too. It just seemed natural to choose her, but bye. She's a bully, Nynaeve. She browbeats you into doing what she wants. She keeps at you and keeps at you until you're too tired to say no anymore. And worse. She knocked Osbeth Luhan down. A picture flashed in Nynaeve's head of Osbeth Luhan and her husband, Harral, the blacksmith. She was nearly as tall as him, and stoutly built, though handsome. Osbeth's almost as strong as Harral. I can't believe. Bye. Melina's not a big woman, but she's fierce, Nynaeve. She beat Osbeth all around the green with a stick, and none of us who saw had the nerve to try to stop it. When they found out, Bran and Harral said she had to go, even if they were interfering in women's circle business. I think some of the circle might have listened, but Bran and Harral both took sick the same night and died within a day of each other. Merin bit her lip and looked around the room as if she thought someone might be hiding there. Her voice lowered. Malena mixed medicine for them. She said it was her duty, even if they had spoken against her. I saw, I saw grey fennel in what she took away with her. Nynaeve gasped. But, are you sure, Merrin? Are you certain? The other woman nodded, her face wrinkling on the point of tears. Merrin, if you even suspected this woman might have poisoned Bran, how could you not go to the circle? She said Bran and Harald didn't walk in the light, Merrin mumbled, talking against the wisdom the way they did. She said that was why they died. The light abandoned them. She talks about sin all the time. She said Peetelkar sinned, talking against her after Bran and Harald died. All he said was, she didn't have the way with healing, you did, but she drew the dragon's fang on his door, right out where everyone could see her with the charcoal in her hand. Both his boys were dead before the week was out, just dead when their mother went to wake them. Poor Neela. We found her wandering, laughing and crying all at the same time, screaming that Pyet was the Dark One and he'd killed her boys. Pyet hung himself the next day. She shuddered, and her voice went so soft Nynaeve could barely hear it. I have 4 daughters still living under my roof. Living, Nynaeve. Do you understand what I'm saying? They're still alive, and I want to keep them alive. Nynaeve felt cold to her bones. Merrin, you can't allow this. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. She pushed it away. If the women's circle stands together, you can be rid of her. Stand together against Malena? Marine's laugh was nearer a sob. We're all afraid of her, but she's good with the children. There are always children sick these days, it seems, but Malena does the best she can. Almost no one ever died of sickness when you were wisdom. Merrin, listen to me. Don't you see why there are always children sick? If she can't make you afraid of her, she makes you think you need her for the children. She's doing it, Merrin, just as she did it to Bran. She couldn't, Merrin breathed. She wouldn't. Not the little ones. She is, Merrin, the way back. Nynaeve suppressed the thought ruthlessly. Is there anyone in the circle who isn't afraid? Anyone who will listen? The other woman said. No one who isn't afraid. But Cairhien might listen. If she does, she might bring 2 or 3 more. Nynaeve, if enough of the circle listens, will you be our wisdom again? I think you may be the only one who won't back down to Malena, even if we all know. You don't know what she's like. I will. The way back. No. These are my people. Get your cloak and we'll go to Cairhien. Merrin was hesitant about leaving the inn, and once Nynaeve had her outside, she slunk along from doorstep to doorstep, crouching and watching. Before they were halfway to Cairhien's house, Nynaeve saw a tall, scrawny woman striding down the other side of the green toward the inn, slashing the heads off weeds with a thick willow switch. Bony as she was, she had a look of wiry strength and a set, determined slash of a mouth. Zenbulia scuttled along in her wake. Malena. Merrin pulled Nynaeve into the space between 2 houses and whispered as if afraid the woman might hear across the green. I knew Sen would go to her. Something made Nynaeve look over her shoulder. Behind her stood a silver arch, reaching from house to house, glowing whitely. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Merrin gave a soft scream. She's seen us. Light, help her, she's coming this way. The tall woman had turned across the green, leaving Sen standing uncertainly. There was no uncertainty on Malena's face. She walked slowly, as if there were no hope of escape, a cruel smile growing with every step. Merrin tugged at Nynaeve's sleeve. We have to run. We have to hide. Nynaeve, come on. Sen will have told her who you are. She hates anyone even to speak of you. The silver arch pulled Nynaeve's eyes. The way back. Bye. She shook her head, trying to remember. It is not real. She looked at Merrin. Stark terror twisted the woman's face. You must be steadfast to survive. Please, Nynaeve. She's seen me with you. She has seen me. Please, Nynaeve. Malena came closer, implacable. My people. The arch shone. The way back. It is not real. With a sob, Nynaeve tore her arm out of Merrin's grasp and plunged toward the silvery glow. Merrin's shriek hounded her. For the love of the light, Nynaeve, help me. Help me. The glow enveloped her. Staring, Nynaeve staggered out of the arch, barely aware of the chamber or the Aes Sedai. Merrin's last cry still rang in her ears. She did not flinch when cold water was suddenly poured over her head. You are washed clean of false pride. You are washed clean of false ambition. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul. As the red Aes Sedai stepped back, Cairhien came to take Nynaeve's arm. Nynaeve gave a start, then realized who it was. She seized the collar of Cairhien's dress in both hands. Tell me it was not real? Tell me. Bad? Cairhien pried her hands loose, as if she were used to this reaction. It is always worse, and the third is the worst of all. I left my friend. Bye. I left my people. I left my people. Bye. In the pit of doom to come back. Please, Light, it was not real. I didn't really. Bye. I have to make Moiraine pay. I have to. There is always some reason not to return, something to prevent you or distract you. This Ter'angreal weaves traps for you from your own mind, weaves them tight and strong, harder than steel and more deadly than poison. That is why we use it as a test. You must want to be Aes Sedai more than anything else in the whole world, enough to face anything, fight free of anything to achieve it. The White Tower cannot accept less. We demand it of you. You demand a great deal. Nynaeve stared at the third arch as the red-haired Aes Sedai took her toward it. The third is the worst. I'm afraid, she whispered. What could be worse than what I just did? Good, Cairhien said. You seek to be Aes Sedai, to channel the one power. No one should approach that without fear and awe. Fear will keep you cautious. Caution will keep you alive. She turned Nynaeve to face the arch, but she did not step back immediately. No one will force you to enter a third time, child. Nynaeve licked her lips. If I refuse, you'll put me out of the tower and never let me come back. Cairhien nodded. And this is the worst. Cairhien nodded again. Nynaeve drew breath. I am ready. The third time, Cairhien intoned formally, is for what will be. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. Nynaeve threw herself at the arch in a run. Laughing, she ran through swirling clouds of butterflies rising from wild flowers that covered the hilltop meadow with a knee-deep blanket of color. A grey mare danced nervously, reins dangling at the edge of the meadow, and Nynaeve stopped running so as not to frighten the animal more. Some of the butterflies settled on her dress, on flowers of embroidery and seed pearls, or flitted around the sapphires and moonstones in her hair, hanging loose about her shoulders. Below the hill, the necklace of the 1,000 lakes spread through the city of Malkier, reflecting the cloud-brushing 7 towers, with golden crane banners flying at their heights in the mists. The city had 1,000 gardens, but she preferred this wild garden on the hilltop. The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. The sound of hooves made her turn. Orlan Mandragoran, king of Malkier, leaped from the back of his charger and strolled toward her through the butterflies, laughing. His face had the look of a hard man, but the smiles he wore for her softened the stony plains. She gaped at him, taken by surprise when he gathered her into his arms and kissed her. For a moment she clung to him, lost, kissing him back. Her feet dangled a foot in the air, and she did not care. Suddenly she pushed at him, pulled her face back. No. She pushed harder. Let me go. Put me down. Puzzled, he lowered her until her feet touched ground. She backed away from him. Not this, she said. I cannot face this. Anything but this. Please, let me face Agenor again. Memory swirled. Agenor? She did not know where that thought had come from. Memory lurched and tilted, shifting fragments like broken ice on a flooding river. She clawed for the pieces, clawed for something to hang on to. Are you well, my love? Lan asked worriedly. Do not call me that. I am not your love. I cannot marry you. He startled her by throwing back his head and roaring with laughter. Your implication that we are not married might upset our children, wife. And how are you not my love? I have no other, and will have no other. I must go back. Desperately she looked for the arch, found only meadow and sky. Harder than steel and more deadly than poison. Lan? Lan's babies. Light, help me. I must go back now. Go back? Where? To Eamon's Field, if you wish it. I'll send letters to Morghese and command an escort. Alone, she muttered, still searching. Where is it? I have to go. I won't be tangled up in this. I couldn't bear it. Not this. I have to go now. Tangled up in what, Nynaeve? What is it you couldn't bear? No, Nynaeve. You can ride alone here if you wish it, but if the Queen of the Malkiri came to Andor without a proper escort, Morghese would be scandalized, if not offended. You don't want to offend her, do you? I thought you two were friends. Nynaeve felt as if she had been hit in the head, blow after dazing blow. "Queen," she said hesitantly, "we have babies. Are you certain you're well? I think I'd better take you to Aes Sedai." "No," she backed away from him again. "No Aes Sedai. It isn't real. I won't be pulled into it this time. I won't." "Very well," he said slowly. "As my wife, how could you not be queen? We are Malkyri here, not Southlanders. You were crowned in the 7 Towers at the same time we exchanged rings." Unconsciously he moved his left hand. A plain gold band encircled his forefinger. She glanced at her own hand, at the ring she knew would be there. She clasped her other hand over it, but whether to deny its presence by hiding it or to hold it, she could not have said. "Do you remember now?" he went on. He stretched out a hand as if to brush her cheek, and she went back another 6 steps. He sighed. "As you wish, my love. We have 3 children, though only one can properly be called a baby. Marek is almost to your shoulder and can't decide if he likes horses or books better. Elnor has already begun practicing how to turn boys' heads when she is not pestering Sharina about when she'll be old enough to go to the White Tower." "Elnor was my mother's name," she said softly. "So you said when you chose it. Nynaeve. No, I will not be pulled into it this time. Not this. I won't." Beyond him, among the trees beside the meadow, she saw the silver arch. The trees had hidden it before. "The way back will come but once." She turned toward it. "I must go." He caught her hand, and it was as if her feet had become rooted in stone. She could not make herself pull away. "I do not know what is troubling you, wife, but whatever it is, tell me, and I will make it right. I know I am not the best of husbands. I was all hard edges when I found you, but you smoothed some of them away at least." "You are the very best of husbands," she murmured. To her horror, she found herself remembering him as her husband, remembering laughter and tears, bitter arguments and sweet making up. They were dim memories, but she could feel them growing stronger, warmer. "I cannot." The arch stood there, only a few steps away. "The way back will come but once. Be steadfast. I do not know what is happening, Nynaeve, but I feel as if I were losing you." I could not bear that. He put a hand in her hair, closing her eyes. She pressed her cheek against his fingers. "Stay with me, always." "I want to stay," she said softly. "I want to stay with you." When she opened her eyes, the arch was gone. Bye. Come but once." "No, no." Lan turned her to face him. "What troubles you? You must tell me if I'm to help. This is not real." "Not real? Before I met you, I thought nothing, except the sword, was real. Look around you, Nynaeve. It is real. Whatever you want to be real, we can make real together, you and I." Wonderingly, she did look around. The meadow was still there. The 7 Towers still stood over the 1,000 lakes. The arch was gone, but nothing else had changed. I could stay here, with Lan. Nothing has changed. Her thoughts turned. Nothing has changed. Egwene is alone in the White Tower. Rand will channel the power and go mad. And what of Mat and Perrin? Can they take back any shred of their lives? And Moiraine, who tore all our lives apart, still walks free. "I must go back," she whispered. Unable to bear the pain on his face, she pulled free of him. Deliberately, she formed a flower bud in her mind, a white bud on a blackthorn branch. She made the thorns sharp and cruel, wishing they could pierce her flesh, feeling as if she already hung in the blackthorn's branches. Aes Sedai's voice danced just out of hearing, telling her it was dangerous to attempt to channel the power. The bud opened, and Sedar filled her with light. "Nynaeve, tell me what is the matter." Lan's voice slid across her concentration. She refused to let herself hear it. There had to be a way back still. Staring at where the silver arch had been, she tried to find some trace of it. There was nothing. Nynaeve. Bye. She tried to picture the arch in her mind, to shape it and form it to the last detail, curve of gleaming metal filled with a glow like snowy fire. It seemed to waver there in front of her, first there between her and the trees, then not, then there. Prumb. Bye. I love you. Bye. She drew at Sedar, drinking in the flow of the one power, till she thought she would burst. The radiance filling her, shining around her, hurt her own eyes. The heat seemed to consume her. The flickering arch firmed, steadied, stood whole before her. Fire and pain seemed to fill her. Her bones felt as if they were burning. Her skull seemed a roaring furnace. Prumb. Bye. With all my heart. She ran toward the silver curve, not letting herself look back. She had been sure the bitterest thing she would ever hear was Marin Orver's cry for help as Nynaeve abandoned her. But that was honey beside the sound of Lan's anguished voice pursuing her. "Nynaeve, please don't leave me." The white glow consumed her. Naked, Nynaeve staggered through the arch and fell to her knees, slack-mouthed and sobbing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sheriam knelt beside her. She glared at the red-haired Aes Sedai. "I hate you," she managed fiercely, gulping. "I hate all Aes Sedai." Sheriam gave a small sigh, then pulled Nynaeve to her feet. "Child, almost every woman who does this says much the same thing. It is no small thing to be made to face your fears." "What is this?" she said sharply, turning Nynaeve's palms up. Nynaeve's hands quivered with a sudden pain she had not felt before. Driven through the palm of each hand, right in the center, was a long, black thorn. Sheriam drew them out carefully. Nynaeve felt the cool healing of the Aes Sedai's touch. When each thorn came free, it left only a small scar on front and back of the hand. Sheriam frowned. There shouldn't be any scarring. And how did you only get two, and both placed so precisely? If you tangled yourself in a blackthorn bush, you should be covered with scratches and thorns. "I should," Nynaeve agreed bitterly. "Maybe I thought I had already paid enough." "There is always a price," the Aes Sedai agreed. "Come now. Now, you have paid the first price. Take what you have paid for." She gave Nynaeve a slight push forward. Nynaeve realized there were more Aes Sedai in the chamber. The Amyrlin in her striped stole was there with a shawled sister from each Aegir ranged to either side of her, all of them watching Nynaeve. Remembering Sheriam's instruction, Nynaeve tottered forward and knelt before the Amyrlin. It was she who held the last chalice, and she tipped it slowly over Nynaeve's head. "You are washed clean of Nynaeve Maira from Emond's Field. You are washed clean of all ties that bind you to the world. You come to us washed clean in heart and soul. You are Nynaeve Almeira, accepted of the White Tower." Handing the chalice to one of the sisters, the Amyrlin drew Nynaeve to her feet. "You are sealed to us now." The Amyrlin's eyes seemed to hold a dark glow. Nynaeve's shiver had nothing to do with being naked and wet. Egwene followed the accepted through the halls of the White Tower. Tapestries and paintings covered walls as white as the outside of the tower. Patterned tiles made the floor. The accepted's white dress was exactly like hers, except for 7 narrow bands of color at hem and cuffs. Egwene frowned, looking at that dress. Since yesterday, Nynaeve had worn an accepted's dress, and she seemed to have no joy of it, nor of the golden ring, a serpent eating its own tail, that marked her level. The few times Egwene had been able to see the wisdom, Nynaeve's eyes had seemed shadowed, as if she had seen things she wished with all her heart not to have seen. "In here," the accepted said curtly, gesturing to a door. Named Pedra. She was a short, wiry woman, a little older than Nynaeve, and with a briskness always in her voice. "You're given this time because it is your first day, but I'll expect you in the scullery when the gong sounds high, and not 1 moment later." Egwene curtsied, then stuck out her tongue at the accepted's retreating back. It might have been only the evening before that Sheriam had finally put her name in the novice book, but already she knew she did not like Pedra. She pushed open the door and went in. The room was plain and small, with white walls, and there was a young woman with reddish gold hair spilling around her shoulders, sitting on one of 2 hard benches. The floor was bare. Novices did not get much use of rooms with carpets. Egwene thought the girl was about her own age, but there was a dignity and self-possession about her that made her seem older. The plainly cut novice dress appeared somehow more on her. Elegant. That was it. "My name is Elaine," she said. She tilted her head, studying Egwene. "And you are Egwene, from Emond's Field, in the 2 rivers." She said it as if it had some significance, but went right on anyway. "Someone who has been here a little while is always assigned to a new novice for a few days, to help her find her way. Sit, please." Egwene took the other bench, facing Elaine. "I thought the Aes Sedai would teach me, now that I'm finally a novice. But all that's happened so far is that Pedra woke me a good 2 hours before first light and put me to sweeping the halls. She says I have to help wash dishes after dinner too." Elaine grimaced. "I hate washing dishes. I never had to. Well, that doesn't matter. You'll have training. From now on, you will be at training at this hour every day, as a matter of fact, from breakfast until high, then again from dinner to trine." If you are especially quick or especially slow, they may take you from supper to full as well, but that is usually for more chores. Elaine's blue eyes took on a thoughtful expression. You were born with it, weren't you? Egwene nodded. Yes, I thought I felt it. So was I, born with it. Do not be disappointed if you did not know. You will learn to feel the ability in other women. I had the advantage of growing up around an Aes Sedai. Egwene wanted to ask about that. Who grows up with Aes Sedai? But Elaine went on. And also, do not be disappointed if it takes you some time before you can achieve anything. With the one power, I mean. Even the simplest thing takes a little time. Patience is a virtue that must be learned. Her nose wrinkled. Aes Sedai always says that, and she does her best to make us all learn it too. Try to run when she says walk, and she'll have you in her study before you can blink. I've had a few lessons already, Egwene said, trying to sound modest. She opened herself to Cedar. That part of it was easier now, and felt the warmth suffuse her body. She decided to try the biggest thing she knew how to do. She stretched out her hand, and a glowing sphere formed over it, pure light. It wavered. She still could not manage to hold it steady, but it was there. Calmly, Elaine held out her hand, and a ball of light appeared above her palm. Hers flickered too. After a moment, a faint light glowed all around Elaine. Egwene gasped, and her ball vanished. Elaine giggled suddenly, and her light went out, both the sphere and the light around her. You saw it around me, she said excitedly. I saw it around you. Aes Sedai said I would, eventually. This was the first time. For you too? Egwene nodded, laughing along with the other girl. I like you, Elaine. I think we're going to be friends. I think so too, Egwene. You are from the Two Rivers, from Eamon's Field. Do you know a boy named Rand or Thor? I know him. Abruptly, Egwene found herself remembering a tale Rand had told, a tale she had not believed, about falling off a wall into a garden and meeting. Bye. You're the daughter heir of Andor, she gasped. Yes, Elaine said simply. If Aes Sedai as much as heard I'd mentioned it, I think she would have me into her study before I finished talking. Everyone talks about being called to Sheriam's study, even the accepted. Does she scold so fiercely? She seems kindly to me. Elaine hesitated, and when she spoke it was slowly, not meeting Egwene's eye. She keeps a willow switch on her desk. She says if you can't learn to follow the rules in a civilized way, she will teach you another way. There are so many rules for novices, it is very hard not to break some of them, she finished. But that's horrible. I'm not a child, and neither are you. I won't be treated as one. But we are children. The Aes Sedai, the full sisters, are the grown women. The accepted are the young women, old enough to be trusted without someone looking over their shoulders every moment. And novices are the children, to be protected and cared for, guided in the way they should go, and punished when they do what they should not. That is the way Aes Sedai explains it. No one is going to punish you over your lessons, not unless you try something you've been told not to. It is hard not to try. Sometimes you will find you want to channel as much as you want to breathe. But if you break too many dishes because you are daydreaming when you should be washing, if you're disrespectful to an accepted, or leave the tower without permission, or speak to an Aes Sedai before she speaks to you, or bye. The only thing to do is the best you can. There isn't anything else to do. It sounds almost as if they're trying to make us want to leave, Egwene protested. They aren't, but then again, they are. Egwene, there are only 40 novices in the tower. Only 40, and no more than 7 or 8 will become accepted. That is not enough, Aes Sedai says. She says there are not enough Aes Sedai now to do what needs to be done. But the tower will not. Cannot. Lower its standards. The Aes Sedai cannot take a woman as a sister if she does not have the ability and the strength and the desire. They can't give the ring and the shawl to one who cannot channel the power well enough, or who will allow herself to be intimidated, or who will turn back when the road turns rough. Training and testing take care of the channeling, and for strength and desire. Bye. Well, if you want to go, they will let you, once you know enough that you won't die of ignorance. I suppose, Egwene said slowly, Sheriam told us some of that. I never thought about there not being enough Aes Sedai, though. She has a theory. She says we have culled humankind. You know about culling. Cutting out of the herd those animals that have traits you don't like. Egwene nodded impatiently. No one could grow up around sheep without knowing about culling the flock. Aes Sedai says that with the Red Arja hunting down men who could channel for 3,000 years, we are culling the ability to channel out of us all. I would not mention this around any Reds, if I were you. Aes Sedai has been in more than one shouting match over it, and we are only novices. I won't. Elaine paused and then said, "Is Rand well?" Egwene felt a sudden stab of jealousy. Elaine was very pretty, but over it came a stronger stab of fear. She went over the little she knew of Rand's one meeting with the daughter heir, reassuring herself Elaine could not possibly know that Rand could channel. Egwene? He is as well as he can be. I hope he is, the wool-headed idiot. He was riding with some Shienaran soldiers, the last I saw him. Shienarans. He told me he was a shepherd. She shook her head. I find myself thinking of him at the oddest times. Elida thinks he's important in some way. She didn't come right out and say so, but she ordered a search for him, and she was in a fury when she learned he had left Caemlyn. Elida? Elida Sedai, my mother's counselor. She is Red Arja, but mother seems to like her despite that. Egwene's mouth felt dry. Red Arja, and interested in Rand. I don't know where he is now. He left Shienar, and I don't think he was going back. Elaine gave her a level look. I would not tell Elida where to find him if I knew, Egwene. He has done no wrong that I know, and I fear she wants to use him in some manner. Anyway, I've not seen her since the day we arrived, with white cloaks dogging our trail. They are still camped on the Dragonmount side. Abruptly, she bounded to her feet. Let us talk of happier things. There are 2 others here who know Rand, and I would like you to meet one of them. She took Egwene's hand and pulled her out of the room. 2 girls. Rand seems to meet a lot of girls. Still drawing Egwene down the corridor, Elaine studied her. Yes, well, one of them is a lazy chit named Else Grinwell. I don't think she will be here long. She shirks her chores, and she is always sneaking off to watch the warders practice their swords. She says Rand came to her father's farm with a friend of his, Matt. It seems they put notions of the world beyond the next village into her head, and she ran away to come be an Aes Sedai. Men, Egwene muttered. I dance a few dances with a nice boy, and Rand goes around looking like a dog with a sore tooth, but he... She cut off as a man stepped into the hall ahead of them. Beside her, Elaine stopped too, and her hand tightened on Egwene's. There was nothing alarming about him, aside from the suddenness of his appearance. He was tall and handsome, short of middle years, with long, dark, curling hair, but his shoulders sagged, and there was sadness in his eyes. He made no move toward Egwene and Elaine, only stood looking at them until one of the accepted appeared at his shoulder. You should not be in here, she said to him, not unkindly. I wanted to walk. His voice was deep and as sad as his eyes. You can walk out in the garden where you are supposed to be. The sunshine will be good for you. The man rumbled a bitter laugh. With 2 or 3 of you watching my every move, you're just afraid I'll find a knife. At the look in the accepted's eyes, he laughed again. For myself, woman, for myself. Led me to your garden and your watching eyes. The accepted touched his arm lightly and led him away. Logain, Elaine said when he was gone. The false dragon. He has been gentled, Egwene. He is no more dangerous than any other man now. But I remember seeing him before when it took 6 Aes Sedai to keep him from wielding the power and destroying us all. She shivered. Egwene did too. That was what the Red Arja would do to Rand. Do they always have to be gentled? She asked. Elaine stared at her, mouth agape, and she quickly added, It is just that I'd think the Aes Sedai would find some other way to deal with them. Anaya and Moiraine both said the greatest feats of the Age of Legends required men and women working together with the power. I just thought they'd try to find a way. Well, do not let any red sister hear you thinking it aloud. Egwene, they did try. For 300 years after the White Tower was built, they tried. They gave up because there was nothing to find. Come on, I want you to meet Min. Not in the garden where Logain is going, thank the light. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Egwene, and when she saw the young woman, she knew why. There was a narrow stream in the garden, with a low stone bridge over it, and Min sat cross-legged on the wall of the bridge. She wore a man's tight breeches and baggy shirt, and with her dark hair cut short, she could almost pass for a boy, though an uncommonly pretty one. A grey coat lay beside her on the coping. "I know you," Egwene said. "You worked at the inn in Baerlon." A light breeze riffled the water beneath the bridge, and grey wings warbled in the trees of the garden. Min smiled. "And you were one of those who brought the Darkfriends down on us to burn it down." "No, don't worry. The messenger who came to fetch me brought enough gold that Master Fitch is building it back again twice as big. Good morning, Elaine. Not slaving over your lessons? Or over some pots?" It was said in a bantering tone, as between friends, as Elaine's answering grin proved. "I see Sheriam has not yet managed to get you into a dress." Min's laugh was wicked. "I'm no novice." She made her voice squeaky. "Yes, Aes Sedai. No, Aes Sedai. May I sweep another floor, Aes Sedai?" "Aye," she said, resuming her own low voice. "Clothe myself the way I want." She turned to Egwene. "Is Rand well?" Egwene's mouth tightened. He should wear ram's horns like a Trolloc, she thought angrily. "I was sorry when your inn caught fire, and I am glad Master Fitch was able to rebuild. Why have you come to Tar Valon? It's clear you do not mean to be an Aes Sedai." Min arched an eyebrow in what Egwene was sure was amusement. "She likes him," Elaine explained. "I know." Min glanced at Egwene, and for an instant Egwene thought she saw sadness or regret in her eyes. "I am here," Min said carefully, "because I was sent for and was given the choice between riding and coming tied in a sack." "You always exaggerate it," Elaine said. "Sheriam Sedai saw the letter, and she says it was a request." "Min sees things, Egwene. That's why she's here, so the Aes Sedai can study how she does it." "It isn't the power. Request," Min snorted. "When an Aes Sedai requests your presence, it's like a command from a queen with 100 soldiers to back it up." "Everybody sees things," Egwene said. Elaine shook her head. "Not like Min. She sees auras around people and images." "Not all the time," Min put in. "Not around everybody. And she can read things about you from them, though I'm not sure she always tells the truth. She said I'd have to share my husband with 2 other women, and I'd never put up with that. She just laughs and says it was never her idea of how to run things either. But she said I would be a queen before she knew who I was. She said she saw a crown, and it was the rose crown of Andor." Despite herself, Egwene asked, "What do you see when you look at me?" Min glanced at her. "A white flame and, by, all sorts of things. I don't know what it means." "She says that a great deal," Elaine said dryly. "One of the things she said she saw looking at me was a severed hand. Not mine, she says. She claims she does not know what it means either." "Because I don't," Min said. "I don't know what half of it means." The crunch of boots on the walk brought them around to look at 2 young men with their shirts and coats across their arms, leaving sweaty chests bare and scabbarded swords in their hands. Egwene found herself staring at the most handsome man she had ever seen. Tall and slim but hard, he moved with a cat-like grace. She suddenly realized he was bowing over her hand. She had not even felt him take it in his, and fumbled in her mind for the name she had heard. "Galad," she murmured. His dark eyes stared back into hers. He was older than she, older than Rand. At the thought of Rand, she gave a start and came to herself. "And I am Gorwyn," the other young man grinned, "since I don't think you heard the first time." Min was grinning too, and only Elaine wore a frown. Egwene abruptly remembered her hand, still held by Galad, and freed it. "If your duties allow," Galad said, "I would like to see you again, Egwene. We could walk, or if you obtain permission to leave the tower, we could picnic outside the city. That would be nice." She was uncomfortably aware of the others, Min and Gorwyn still with their amused grins, Elaine still with her scowl. She tried to settle herself, to think of Rand. "He's so, beautiful." She gave a jump, half afraid she had spoken aloud. Until then. Finally taking his eyes from hers, Galad bowed to Elaine. "Sister." Lithe as a blade, he strolled on across the bridge. "That one," Min murmured, peering after him, "will always do what is right, no matter who it hurts." "Sister," Egwene said. Elaine's scowl had lessened only slightly. "I thought he was your... Bye. I mean the way you're frowning. Bye. She had thought Elaine was jealous, and she still was not sure. I am not his sister, Elaine said firmly. I refuse to be. Our father was his father, Gawain said dryly. You cannot deny that, unless you want to call Mother a liar, and that, I think, would take more nerve than we have between us. For the first time, Egwene realized that he had the same reddish-gold hair as Elaine, though darkened and curled by sweat. Min is right, Elaine said. Galad has not the smallest part of humanity in him. He takes right above mercy, or pity, or by. He is no more human than a Trolloc. Gawain's grin came back. I do not know about that. Not from the way he was looking at Egwene here. He caught her look, and his sister's, and held up his hands as if to fend them off with his sheathed sword. Besides, he has the best hand with a sword I've ever seen. The warders only need show him something once, and he's learned it. They sweat me nearly to death to learn half what Galad does without trying. And being good with a sword is enough, Elaine sniffed. Men. Egwene, as you may have guessed, this disgracefully unclothed lummox is my brother. Gawain, Egwene knows Rand or Thor. She is from the same village. Is she? Was he really born in the Two Rivers, Egwene? Egwene made herself nod calmly. What does he know? Of course he was. I grew up with him. Of course, Gawain said slowly. Such a strange fellow. A shepherd, he said, though he never looked or acted like any shepherd I ever saw. Strange? I've met all sorts of people, and they've met Rand or Thor. Some do not even know his name, but the description could not be anyone else, and he shifted every one of their lives. There was an old farmer who came to Cairhien just to see Logain when Logain was brought through on his way here, yet the farmer stayed to stand for Mother when the riot started. Because of a young man off to see the world, who made him think there was more to life than his farm. Rand or Thor. You could almost think he was Tabaran. Elida is certainly interested in him. I wonder if meeting him will shift our lives in the pattern. Egwene looked at Elaine and Min. She was sure they could not have a clue that Rand really was Tavaran. She had never really thought about that part of it before. He was Rand, and he had been cursed with the ability to channel. But Tavaran did move people, whether they wanted to be moved or not. I really do like you, she said abruptly, including both girls in her gesture. I want to be your friend. And I want to be yours, Elaine said. Impulsively, Egwene hugged her, and then Min jumped down, and the three of them stood there on the bridge hugging one another all together. We three are tied together, Min said, and we cannot let any man get in the way of that. Not even him. Would one of you mind telling me what this is all about? Gawain inquired gently. You would not understand, his sister said, and the three girls all caught a fit of the giggles. Gawain scratched his head, then shook it. Well, if it has anything to do with Rand or Thor, be sure you don't let Elida hear of it. She has been at me like a white-cloaked questioner 3 times since we arrived. I do not think she means him any. He gave a start. There was a woman crossing the garden, a woman in a red-fringed shawl. Name the Dark One, he quoted, and he appears. I do not need another lecture about wearing my shirt when I'm out of the practice yards. Good morning to you all. Elida spared a glance for the departing Gawain as she came up the bridge. She was a handsome woman rather than beautiful, Egwene thought, but that ageless look marked her as surely as her shawl. Only the newest maid sisters lacked it. When her gaze swept over Egwene, pausing only a moment, Egwene suddenly saw a hardness in the Aes Sedai. She'd always thought of Moiraine as strong, steel under silk, but Elida dispensed with the silk. Elida, Elaine said, this is Egwene. She was born with the seed in her too, and she has already had some lessons, so she is as far along as I am. Elida? The Aes Sedai's face was blank and unreadable. In Cairhien, child, I am counselor to the Queen, your mother, but this is the White Tower, and you, a novice. Min made as if to go, but Elida stopped her with a sharp, stay, girl. I would speak with you. I've known you all my life, Elida, Elaine said incredulously. You watched me grow up, and made the gardens bloom in winter so I could play. Child, there you were, the daughter heir. Here you are, a novice. You must learn that. You will be great one day, but you must learn. Yes, Aes Sedai. Egwene was astounded. If someone had snubbed her so before others, she would have been in a fury. Now, off with both of you. A gong began to toll, deep and sonorous, and Elida tilted her head. The sun stood halfway to its pinnacle. Hi, Elida said. You must hurry if you do not want further admonishment. And Elaine? See the Mistress of Novices in her study after your chores. A novice does not speak to Aes Sedai unless bidden to. Run, both of you. You will be late. Run." They ran, holding their skirts up. Egwene looked at Elaine. Elaine had 2 spots of colour in her cheeks and a determined look on her face. "I will be Aes Sedai," Elaine said softly, but it sounded like a promise. Behind them, Egwene heard the Aes Sedai begin. "I am given to understand, girl, that you were brought here by Moiraine Sedai." She wanted to stay and listen, to hear if Elaida asked about Rand, but High rang through the White Tower, and she was summoned to chores. She ran as she had been commanded to run. "I will be Aes Sedai," she growled. Elaine flashed a quick smile of understanding, and they ran faster. Min's shirt clung to her when she finally left the bridge. Not sweat from the sun, but from the heat of Elaida's questions. She looked over her shoulder to make sure the Aes Sedai was not following her, but Elaida was nowhere in sight. How did Elaida know that Moiraine had summoned her? Min had been sure that was a secret, known only to her, Moiraine, and Sheriam, and all those questions about Rand. It had not been easy keeping a smooth face and a steady eye while telling an Aes Sedai to her face that she had never heard of him and knew nothing of him. What does she want with him? Light, what does Moiraine want with him? What is he? Light, I don't want to fall in love with a man I've only met once, and a farm boy at that. "Moiraine, the light blind you," she muttered. "Whatever you brought me here for, come out from wherever you're hiding and tell me so I can go." The only answer was the sweet song of the Greywings. With a grimace, she went in search of a place to cool off. The city of Cairhien lay across hills against the river Algenia, and Rand's first sight of it came from the hills to the north, by the light of the midday sun. Elricane Tavalin and the 50 Cairhienin soldiers still seemed like guards to him. The more, since crossing the bridge at the Gleeman, they became more stiff the further south they rode. But Loial and Hurin did not appear to mind, so he tried not to. He studied the city, as large as any he had seen. Fat ships and broad barges filled the river, and tall granaries sprawled along the far bank. But Cairhien seemed to be laid out in a precise grid behind its high grey walls. Those walls themselves made a perfect square, with one side hard along the river. In just as exact a pattern, towers rose within the walls, soaring as much as 20 times the height of the wall, yet even from the hills Rand could see that each one ended in a jagged top. Outside the city walls, surrounding them from riverbank to riverbank, lay a warren of streets crisscrossing at all angles and teeming with people. Foregate, Rand knew it was called, from Hurin. Once there had been a market village for every city gate, but over the years they had all grown into one, a hodgepodge of streets and alleys growing up every which way. As Rand and the others rode into those dirt streets, Tavalin put some of his soldiers to clearing a path through the throng, shouting and urging their horses forward as if to trample any who did not get out of the way quickly. People moved aside with no more than a glance, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Rand found himself smiling, though. The Foregate people's clothes were shabby more often than not, yet much of it was colourful, and there was a raucous bustle of life to the place. Hawkers cried their wares, and shopkeepers called for people to examine the goods displayed on tables before their shops. Barbers, fruit peddlers, knife sharpeners, men and women offering a dozen services and 100 things for sale, wandered through the crowds. Music drifted through the babel from more than one structure. At first Rand thought they were inns, but the signs out front all showed men playing flutes or harps, tumbling or juggling, and large as they were, they had no windows. Most of the buildings in Foregate seemed to be wood, however big they were, and a good many looked new, if poorly made. Rand gaped at several that stood 7 stories or more. They swayed slightly, though the people hurrying in and out did not seem to notice. "Peasants," Tavalin muttered, staring straight ahead in disgust. "Look at them, corrupted by outland ways. They should not be here." "Where should they be?" Rand asked. The Cairhienin officer glared at him and spurred his horse forward, frogging at the crowd with his quirt. Hurin touched Rand's arm. It was the Aiel War, Lord Rand. He looked to make sure none of the soldiers were close enough to hear. Many of the farmers were afraid to go back to their lands near the spine of the world, and they all came here near enough. That's why Galdrian has the river full of grain barges up from Andor and Tyr. There's no crops coming from farms in the east because there aren't any farms anymore. Best not to mention it to a Cairhienin, though, my lord. They like to pretend the war never happened, or at least that they won it. Despite Tavolin's quirk, they were forced to halt while a strange procession crossed their path. Half a dozen men, beating tambours and dancing, led the way for a string of huge puppets, each half again as tall as the men who worked them with long poles. Giant, crowned figures of men and women in long, ornate robes bowed to the crowd amid the shapes of fanciful beasts, a lion with wings, a goat walking on its hind legs with two heads, both of which were apparently meant to be breathing fire from the crimson streamers hanging from the two mouths. Something that seemed to be half cat and half eagle, and another with a bear's head on a man's body, which Rand took to be a Trolloc. The crowd cheered and laughed as they pranced by. "Man who made that never saw a Trolloc," Hurin grumbled. "Head's too big and it's too skinny. Likely didn't believe in them either, my lord, any more than in those other things. The only monsters these Foregate folk believe in are Aiel." "Are they having a festival?" Rand asked. He did not see any sign of it other than the procession, but he thought that there must be a reason for that. Tavolin ordered his soldiers forward again. "No more than every day, Rand," Loial said, walking alongside his horse, the blanket-wrapped chest still strapped to his saddle. The Ogier drew as many looks as the puppets had. Some even laughed and clapped as they had for the puppets. "I fear Galdrian keeps his people quiet by entertaining them. He gives Gleeman and musicians the king's gift, a bounty in silver, to perform here in the Foregate, and he sponsors horse races down by the river every day. There are fireworks many nights, too." He sounded disgusted. "Elder Haman says Galdrian is a disgrace." He blinked, realizing what he had said, and looked around hurriedly to see if any of the soldiers had heard. None seemed to have. "Fireworks," Hurin said, nodding. "The Illuminators have built a chapter house here, I've heard, the same as in Tanchico. I didn't half mind seeing the fireworks when I was here before." Rand shook his head. He had never seen fireworks elaborate enough to require even one Illuminator. He had heard they only left Tanchico to put on displays for rulers. It was a strange place he was coming to. At the tall, square archway of the city gate, Tavolin ordered a halt and dismounted by a squat stone building just inside the walls. It had arrow slits instead of windows, and a heavy, iron-bound door. "A moment, my Lord Rand," the officer said. Tossing his reins to one of the soldiers, he disappeared inside. With a wary look at the soldiers, they sat their horses rigidly in two long files. Rand wondered what they would do if he and Loial and Hurin tried to leave. He took the opportunity to study the city that lay before him. Cairhien proper was a sharp contrast to the chaotic bustle of the Foregate. Broad, paved streets, wide enough to make the people in them seem fewer than they were, crossed each other at right angles. Just as in Tremoncian, the hills had been carved and terraced to straight lines. Closed sedan chairs, some with small pennants bearing the sigil of a house, moved with deliberateness, and carriages rolled down the street slowly. People went silently in dark clothes, with no bright colours except here and there slashes across the breast of coat or dress. The more slashes, the more proudly the wearer moved, but no one laughed or even smiled. The buildings on their terraces were all of stone, and the ornamentation was straight-lined and sharp-angled. There were no hawkers or peddlers in the streets, and even the shops seemed subdued, with only small signs and no wares displayed outside. He could see the great towers more clearly now. Scaffolds of lashed poles surrounded them, and workmen swarmed on the scaffolding, laying new stones to push the towers higher still. "The topless towers of Cairhien," Loial murmured sadly. "Well, they were tall enough to warrant the name, once. When the Isle took Cairhien, about the time you were born, the towers burned and cracked and fell. I don't see any Ogier among the stonemasons. No Ogier could like working here. The Cairhienin want what they want, without embellishment, but there were Ogier when I was here before." Tavolin came out trailing another officer and two clerks, one carrying a large wood-bound ledger and the other a tray with writing implements. The front of the officer's head was shaven like Tavolin's, though advancing baldness seemed to have taken more hair than the razor. Both officers looked from Rand to the chest hidden by Loial's striped blanket and back again. Neither asked what was under the blanket. Tavolin had looked at it often, on the way from Tremoncian, but he had never asked either. The balding man looked at Rand's sword too, and pursed his lips for an instant. Taverlin gave the other officer's name as Asan Sandair and announced loudly, "Lord Rand of Household Thor in Andor, and his man called Hurin, with Loial and Ogier of Steading Shangtai." The clerk with the ledger opened it across his two arms, and Sandair wrote the names in a round hand. "You must return to this guardhouse by this same hour tomorrow, my lord," Sandair said, leaving the sanding to the second clerk, "and give the name of the inn where you are staying." Rand looked at the staid streets of Cairhien, then back at the liveliness of the Foregate. "Can you tell me the name of a good inn out there?" He nodded to the Foregate. Hurin made a frantic hiss and leaned close. "It would not be proper, Lord Rand," he whispered. "If you stay in the Foregate, being a lord and all, they'll be sure you are up to something." Rand could see the sniffer was right. Sandair's mouth had dropped open and Taverlin's brows had risen at his question, and they were both still watching him intently. He wanted to tell them he was not playing their great game, but instead he said, "We will take rooms in the city. We can go now?" "Of course, my Lord Rand." Sandair made a bow. "But you're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. The inn, I will let you know when we find one." Rand turned red, then paused. Celine's note crackled in his pocket. "I need to find a young woman from Cairhien. The Lady Selene. She is my age and beautiful. I don't know her house." Sandair and Taverlin exchanged looks, then Sandair said, "I will make inquiries, my lord. Perhaps I will be able to tell you something when you come tomorrow." Rand nodded and led Loial and Hurin into the city. They attracted little notice, though there were few riders. Even Loial attracted almost none. The people seemed nearly ostentatious about minding their own business. "Will they take it the wrong way?" Rand asked Hurin. "My asking after Selene. Who can say with Cairhien in, Lord Rand? They seem to think everything has to do with Daes Dae'mar." Rand shrugged. He felt as if people were looking at him. He could not wait to get a good, plain coat again and stop pretending to be what he was not. Hurin knew several inns in the city, though his time in Cairhien had been spent mainly in the Foregate. The sniffer led them to one called the Defender of the Dragon Wall, the sign bearing a crowned man with his foot on another man's chest and his sword at the man's throat. The fellow on his back had red hair. A hostler came to take their horses, darting quick looks at Rand and at Loial when he thought he was not observed. Rand told himself to stop having fancies. Not everyone in the city could be playing this game of theirs. And if they were, he was no part of it. The common room was neat, with the tables laid out as strictly as the city, and only a few people at them. They glanced up at the newcomers, then back to their wine immediately. Rand had the feeling they were still watching, though, and listening. A small fire burned in the big fireplace, though the day was warming. The innkeeper was a plump, unctuous man with a single stripe of green across his dark grey coat. He gave a start at his first sight of them, and Rand was not surprised. Loial, with the chest in his arms under its striped blanket, had to duck his head to make it in through the door. Hurin was burdened with all their saddlebags and bundles, and his own red coat was a sharp contrast to the somber colours the people at the tables wore. The innkeeper took in Rand's coat and his sword, and his oily smile came back. He bowed, washing his smooth hands. "Forgive me, my lord. It was just that for a moment I took you for... forgive me. My brain is not what it was." "You wish rooms, my lord?" He added another, lesser bow for Loial. "I'm called Quale, my lord." He thought I was Aiel, Rand thought sourly. He wanted to be gone from Cairhien, but it was the one place Ingtar might find them, and Selene had said she would wait for him in Cairhien. It took a little time for their rooms to be readied, Quale explaining with too many smiles and bows that it was necessary to move a bed for Loial. Rand wanted them all to share a room again, but between the innkeeper's scandalized looks and Hurin's insistence, "We have to show these Cairhienian we know what's right as well as they do, Lord Rand." They ended with two, one for him alone, with a connecting door. The rooms were much the same, except that theirs had two beds, one size for an Ogier, while his had only one bed, and that almost as big as the other two, with massive square posts that nearly reached the ceiling. His tall-backed, padded chair and the washstand were square and massive too, and the wardrobe standing against his wall was carved in a heavy, rigid style that made the thing look ready enough to fall over on him. A pair of windows siding his bed looked out on the street 2 floors below. As soon as the innkeeper left, Rand opened the door and admitted Loial and Hurin into his room. "This place gnaws at me," he told them. "Everybody looks at you as if they think you're doing something. I'm going back to the Foregate for an hour anyway. At least the people laugh there. Which of you is willing to take the first watch on the Horn?" "I will stay," Loial said quickly. "I'd like a chance to do a little reading. Just because I didn't see any Ogier does not mean there are no stonemasons down from Stedding Tisofu. It is not far from the city. I think you would want to meet them. Ah, your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code." "No, Rand. They asked enough questions the last time about why I was outside alone as it was. If they've had word from Stedding Shangtai, your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code." "Well, I will just rest here and read, I think." Rand shook his head. He often forgot that Loial had run away from home, in effect, to see the world. "What about you, Hurin? There's music in the Foregate and people laughing. I'll wager no one is playing Daes Dae'mar there." "I would not be so certain of that myself, Lord Rand. In any case, I thank you for the invitation, but I think not. There's so many fights and killings, too, in Foregate, that it stinks, if you know what I mean. Not that they're likely to bother a lord, of course. The soldiers would be down on them if they did. But if it pleases you, I would like to have a drink in the common room. Hurin, you don't need my permission for anything. You know that." "As you say, my lord." The sniffer gave a suggestion of a bow. Rand took a deep breath. If they did not leave Cairhien soon, Hurin would be bowing and scraping left and right. And if Mat and Perrin saw that, they would never let him forget it. "I hope nothing delays Ingtar. If he doesn't come quickly, we'll have to take the Horn back to Faldara ourselves." He touched Celine's note through his coat. "We will have to. Loial, I'll come back so you can see some of the city." "I'd rather not risk it," Loial said. Hurin accompanied Rand downstairs. As soon as they reached the common room, Quale was bowing in front of Rand, pushing a tray at him. 3 folded and sealed parchments lay on the tray. Rand took them, since that was what the innkeeper seemed to intend. They were a fine grade of parchment, soft and smooth to his touch. "Expensive. What are these?" he asked. Quale bowed again. "Invitations, of course, my lord. From 3 of the noble houses." He bowed himself away. "Who would send me invitations?" Rand turned them over in his hand. None of the men at the tables looked up, but he had the feeling they were watching just the same. He did not recognize the seals. None was the crescent moon and stars Celine had used. "Who would know I was here?" "Everyone by now, Lord Rand," Hurin said quietly. He seemed to feel eyes watching, too. The guards at the gate would not keep their mouths closed about an outland lord coming to Cairhien. The hostler, the innkeeper. "Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code." Everybody tells what they know where they think it will do them the most good, my lord. With a grimace, Rand took 2 steps and hurled the invitations into the fire. They caught immediately. "I'm not playing Daes Dae'mar," he said, loudly enough for everyone to hear. Not even Quale looked at him. "I've nothing to do with your great game. I am just here to wait for some friends." Hurin caught his arm. "Please, Lord Rand." His voice was an urgent whisper. "Please don't do that again." "Again? You really think I'll receive more?" "I'm certain. Light, but you mind me of the time Tiva got so mad at a hornet buzzing round his ears, he kicked the nest. You've likely just convinced everyone in the room you are in some deep part of the game. It must be deep, as they'll see it, if you deny playing at all. Every lord and lady in Cairhien plays it." The sniffer glanced at the invitations, curling blackly in the fire, and winced. "And you have surely made enemies of 3 houses. Not great houses, or they'd not have moved so quickly, but still noble. You must answer any more invitations you receive, my lord. Decline if you will. They'll read things into whose invitations you do decline, and into whose you accept. Of course, if you decline them all or accept them all, I'll have no part of it," Rand said quietly. "We are leaving Cairhien as soon as we can." He thrust his fists into his coat pockets and felt Celine's note crumple. Pulling it out, he smoothed it on his coat front. "As soon as we can," he muttered, putting it back in his pocket again. "Have your drink, Hurin." He stalked out angrily, not sure whether he was angry with himself, or with Cairhien and its great game, or Celine for vanishing, or Moiraine. She had started it all, stealing his coats and giving him a lord's clothes instead. Even now that he called himself free of them, and Aes Sedai still managed to interfere in his life, and without even being there. He went back through the same gate by which he had entered the city, since that was the way he knew. A man standing in front of the guardhouse took note of him. His bright coat marked him out, as well as his height among the Cairhienin, and hurried inside, but Rand did not notice. The laughter and music of the Foregate were pulling him on. If his gold-embroidered red coat made him stand out inside the walls, it fit right into the Foregate. Many of the men milling through the crowded streets were dressed just as darkly as those in the city, but just as many wore coats of red, or blue, or green, or gold, some bright enough to be a tinker's clothes, and even more of the women had embroidered dresses and coloured scarves or shawls. Most of the finery was tattered and ill-fitting, as if made for someone else originally, but if some of those who wore it eyed his fine coat, none seemed to take it amiss. Once he had to stop for another procession of giant puppets. While the drummers beat their tambours and capered, a pig-faced Trolloc with tusks fought a man in a crown. After a few desultory blows, the Trolloc collapsed to laughter and cheers from the onlookers. Rand grunted. "They don't die so easily as that." He glanced into one of the large, windowless buildings, stopping to look through the door. To his surprise, it seemed to be one huge room, open to the sky in the middle and lined with balconies, with a large dais at one end. He had never seen or heard of anything like it. People jammed the balconies and the floor watching people perform on the dais. He peeked into others as he passed them and saw jugglers and musicians, any number of tumblers, and even a Gleeman with his cloak of patches, declaiming a story from The Great Hunt of the Horn in sonorous voice high chant. That made him think of Thom Merrilyn, and he hurried on. Memories of Thom were always sad. Thom had been a friend who had died for him, while I ran away and let him die. In another of the big structures, a woman in voluminous white robes appeared to make things vanish from one basket and appear in another, then disappear from her hands in great puffs of smoke. The crowd watching her oohed and ahed loudly. "2 coppers, my good lord," a ratty little man in the doorway said. 2 coppers to see the Aes Sedai. "I don't think so." Rand glanced back at the woman. A white dove had appeared in her hands. "Aes Sedai?" "No." He gave the ratty man a small bow and left. He was making his way through the throng, wondering what to see next, when a deep voice, accompanied by the plucking of a harp, drifted out from a doorway with the sign of a juggler over it. "By your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Cold blows the wind down Shara Pass, cold lies the grave unmarked. Yet every year at Sunday, upon those piled stones appears a single rose, one crystal teardrop like dew upon the petals, laid by the fair hand of Dunsinane, for she keeps fast to the bargain made by Ragosh Eagle-Eye." The voice drew Rand like a rope. He pushed through the doorway as applause rose within. "2 coppers, my good lord," said a rat-faced man who could have been twin to the other. 2 coppers to see. Rand dug out some coins and thrust them at the man. He walked on in a daze, staring at the man bowing on the dais to the clapping of his listeners, cradling his harp in one arm and with the other spreading his patch-covered cloak as if to trap all the sound they made. He was a tall man, lanky and not young, with long moustaches as white as the hair on his head. And when he straightened and saw Rand, the eyes that widened were sharp and blue. Thom. Rand's whisper was lost in the noise of the crowd. Holding Rand's eye, Thom Merrilyn nodded slightly toward a small door beside the dais. Then he was bowing again, smiling and basking in the applause. Rand made his way to the door and through it. It was only a small hallway with 3 steps leading up to the dais. In the other direction from the dais, Rand could see a juggler practicing with coloured balls and 6 tumblers limbering themselves. Thom appeared on the steps, limping as though his right leg did not bend as well as it had. He eyed the juggler and the tumblers, blew out his moustaches disdainfully, and turned to Rand. All they want to hear is the great hunt of the Horn. You would think, with the news from Hadden Merk and Saldair, one of them would ask for the Cairhien cycle. Well, maybe not that, but I'd pay myself to tell something else. He looked Rand up and down. You look as if you're doing well, boy. He fingered Rand's collar and pursed his lips. Very well. Rand could not help laughing. I left Whitebridge sure you were dead. Moiraine said you were still alive, but you're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Light, Thom, it's good to see you again. I should have gone back to help you. Bigger fool if you had, boy. That fade, he looked around, there was no one close enough to hear, but he lowered his voice anyway, had no interest in me. It left me a little present of a stiff leg and ran off after you and Matt. All you could have done was die. He paused, looking thoughtful. Moiraine said, I was still alive, did she? Is she with you then? Rand shook his head. To his surprise, Thom seemed disappointed. Too bad, in a way. She's a fine woman, even if she is. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. He left it unsaid, so it was Matt or Perrin she was after. I won't ask which. They were good boys and I don't want to know. Rand shifted uneasily and gave a start when Thom fixed him with a bony finger. What I do want to know is, do you still have my harp and flute? I want them back, boy. What I have now are not fit for a pig to play. I have them, Thom. I'll bring them to you, I promise. I can't believe you're alive. And I can't believe you aren't in Ilion. The great hunt setting out, the prize for the best telling of the great hunt of the Horn. You were dying to go. Thom snorted. After Whitebridge, likely I'd die if I did go. Even if I could have reached the boat before it sailed, Doman and his whole crew would be spreading the tale all over Ilion about how I was being chased by Trollocs. If they saw the fade or heard of it before Doman cut his lines. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Most Ilioners think Trollocs and Fades are fables, but enough others might want to know why a man was pursued by them to make Ilion somewhat more than uncomfortable. Thom, I have so much to tell you. The Gleeman cut him off. Later, boy. He was exchanging glares down the length of the hall with the narrow-faced man from the door. If I don't go back and tell another, he will no doubt send the juggler out, and that lot will tear the hall down around our heads. You come to the Bunch of Grapes, just beyond the Jangai Gate. I have a room there. Anyone can tell you where to find it. I'll be there in another hour or so. One more tale will have to satisfy them. He started back up the steps, flinging over his shoulder, and bring my harp and my flute. Rand darted through the common room of the defender of the Dragon Wall and hurried upstairs, grinning at the startled look the innkeeper had given him. Rand wanted to grin at everything. Thom's alive. He flung open the door to his room and went straight to the wardrobe. Loial and Hurin put their heads in from the other room, both in their shirt sleeves and with pipes in their teeth, trailing thin streams of smoke. "Has something happened, Lord Rand?" Hurin asked anxiously. Rand slung the bundle made from Thom's cloak on his shoulder. "The best thing that could, next to Ingtar coming. Thom Merrilyn's alive. And he's here, in Cairhien." "The Gleeman you told me about?" Loial said. "That is wonderful, Rand. I would like to meet him. Then come with me, if Hurin's willing to keep watch a while. It would be a pleasure, Lord Rand." Hurin took the pipe out of his mouth. "That lot in the common room kept trying to pump me without letting on what they were doing, of course, about who you are, my lord, and why we're in Cairhien. I told them we were waiting here to meet friends, but being Cairhienin, they figured I was hiding something deeper. Let them think what they want. Come on, Loial. I think not." The Ogier sighed. "I really would rather stay here." He raised a book with a thick finger marking his place. "I can meet Thom Merrilyn some other time." "Loial, you can't stay cooped up in here forever. We do not even know how long we'll be in Cairhien. Anyway, we didn't see any Ogier, and if we do, they would not be hunting for you, would they? Not hunting precisely, but your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Rand, I may have been too hasty in leaving Stedding Shangtai the way I did. When I do go home, I may be in a great deal of trouble." His ears wilted. "Even if I wait until I'm as old as Elder Haman, perhaps I could find an abandoned steading to stay in until then. If Elder Haman won't let you come back, you can live in Emon's Field. It's a pretty place, a beautiful place. I'm sure it is, Rand, but that would never work. You see, we will talk about it when it comes to that, Loial. Now you are coming to see Thom." The Ogier stood half again as tall as Rand, but Rand pushed him into his long tunic and cloak and down the stairs. When they came pounding through the common room, Rand winked at the innkeeper, then laughed at his startled look. Let him think I'm off to play his bloody great game. Let him think what he wants. Thom's alive. Once through the Jangai Gate and the east wall of the city, everyone seemed to know the Bunch of Grapes. Rand and Loial quickly found themselves there, on a street that was quiet with a Foregate, with the sun halfway down the afternoon sky. It was an old 3-story structure, wooden and rickety, but the common room was clean and full of people. Some men were playing at dice in one corner, and some women at darts in another. Half had the look of Cairhienin, slight and pale, but Rand heard Andoran accents as well as others he did not know. All wore the clothes of the Foregate, though, a blend of the styles of half a dozen countries. A few looked around when he and Loial came in, but they all turned back to what they had been doing. The innkeeper was a woman with hair as white as Thom's, and sharp eyes that studied Loial as well as Rand. She was not Cairhienin by her dark skin and her speech. Thom Merrilyn, aye, he has a room. Top of the stairs, first door on the right. Likely Dina will let you wait for him there. She eyed Rand's red coat, with its herons on the high collar and golden brambles embroidered up the sleeves, and his sword, my lord. The stairs creaked under Rand's boots, let alone Loial's. Rand was not sure if the building would stand up much longer. He found the door and knocked, wondering who Dana was. "Come in," a woman's voice called. "I cannot open it for you." Rand opened the door hesitantly and put his head in. A big, rumpled bed was shoved against one wall, and the rest of the room was all but taken up by a pair of wardrobes, several brass-bound trunks and chests, a table and 2 wooden chairs. The slender woman sitting cross-legged on the bed with her skirts tucked under her was keeping 6 coloured balls spinning in a wheel between her hands. "Whatever it is," she said, looking at her juggling, "leave it on the table. Thom will pay you when he comes back." "Are you Dana?" Rand asked. She snatched the balls out of the air and turned to regard him. She was only a handful of years older than he, pretty, with fair Cairhienin skin and dark hair hanging loose to her shoulders. "I do not know you. This is my room, mine and Thom Merrilyn's." "The innkeeper said you might let us wait here for Thom," Rand said. "If you're Dana, us?" Rand moved into the room so Loial could duck inside, and the young woman's eyebrows lifted. "So the Ogier have come back. I'm Dina. What do you want?" She looked at Rand's coat so deliberately that the failure to add "my lord" had to be purposeful, though her brows went up again at the herons on his scabbard and sword hilt. Rand hefted the bundle he carried. "I brought Thom back his harp and his flute, and I want to visit with him," he added quickly. She seemed on the point of telling him to leave them. "I haven't seen him in a long time." She eyed the bundle. "Thom always moans about losing the best flute and the best harp he ever had. You would think he was a court bard, the way he carries on. Very well, you can wait, but I must practice. Thom says he will let me perform in the halls next week." She rose gracefully and took one of the 2 chairs, motioning Loial to sit on the bed. "Zira would make Thom pay for 6 chairs if you broke one of these, friend Ogier." Rand gave their names as he sat in the other chair. It creaked alarmingly under even his weight, and asked doubtfully, "Are you Thom's apprentice?" Nynaeve gave a small smile. "You might say that." She had resumed her juggling, and her eyes were on the whirling balls. "I've never heard of a woman Gleeman," Loial said. "I will be the first." The one big circle became 2 smaller, overlapping circles. "I will see the whole world before I am done. Thom says once we have enough money, we will go down to Ter." She switched to juggling 3 balls in each hand. "And then maybe out to the Sea Folks Islands. The Athar and Myr pay Gleeman well." Rand eyed the room with all the chests and trunks. It did not look like the room of someone intending to move on soon. There was even a flower growing in a pot on the windowsill. His gaze fell on the single big bed where Loial was sitting. "This is my room, mine and Thom Merrilyn's." Denna gave him a challenging look through the large wheel she had resumed. Rand's face reddened. He cleared his throat. "Maybe we ought to wait downstairs," he began when the door opened and Thom came in with his cloak flapping around his ankles, patches fluttering. Cased flute and harp hung on his back. The cases were reddish wood, polished by handling. Dina made the balls disappear inside her dress and ran to throw her arms around Thom's neck, standing a tiptoe to do it. "I missed you," she said, and kissed him. The kiss went on for some time, so long that Rand was beginning to wonder if he and Loial should leave, but Dina let her heels drop to the floor with a sigh. "Do you know what that lackwit Segan's done now, girl?" Thom said, looking down at her. "He's taken on a pack of louts who call themselves players. They walk around pretending to be Rogosh Eagle-Eye, and Blaze, and Guidal Kane, and Yor, and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Yor, and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Yor, and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code." Ah! They hang a scrap of painted canvas behind them, supposed to make the audience believe these fools are in Matuchin Hall or the high passes of the Mountains of Doom. I make the listener see every banner, smell every battle, feel every emotion. I make them believe they are Guidal Kane. Segan will have his hall torn down around his ears if he puts this lot on to follow me. "Thom, we have visitors. Loial, son of Arant, son of Halan. Oh, and a boy who calls himself Rand Thor." Thom looked over her head at Rand, frowning. "Leave us for a while, Denna. Here." He pressed some silver coins into her hand. "Your knives are ready. Why don't you go pay Ivan for them?" He brushed her smooth cheek with a gnarled knuckle. "Go on. I'll make it up to you." She gave him a dark look, but she tossed her cloak around her shoulders, muttering, "Ivan better have the balance right." "She'll be a bard one day," Thom said with a note of pride after she was gone. "She listens to a tale once only, mind, and she has it right, not just the words, but every nuance, every rhythm. She has a fine hand on the harp, and she played the flute better the first time she picked it up than you ever did." He set the wooden instrument cases atop one of the larger trunks, then dropped into the chair she had abandoned. "When I passed through Cairhien on the way here, Basil Gill told me you'd left in company with an Ogier, among others." He bowed toward Loial, even managing a flourish of his cloak, despite the fact that he was sitting on it. "I am pleased to meet you, Loial, son of Arant, son of Halan. And I to meet you, Thom Merrilyn." Loial stood to make his bow in return. When he straightened, his head almost brushed the ceiling, and he quickly sat down again. The young woman said she wants to be a Gleeman. Thom's head shake was disparaging. That's no life for a woman. Not much of a life for a man, for that. Wandering from town to town, village to village, wondering how they'll try to cheat you this time. Half the time wondering where your next meal is coming from. No, I'll talk her around. She'll be court-barred to a king or a queen before she's done. Ah, you didn't come here to talk about Dina, my instruments boy. You've brought them? Rand pushed the bundle across the table. Thom undid it hurriedly. He blinked when he saw it was his old cloak, all covered with colourful patches like the one he wore, and opened the hard leather flute case, nodding at the sight of the gold and silver flute nestled inside. I earned my bed and meals with that after we parted, Rand said. I know, the Gleeman replied dryly. I stopped at some of the same inns, but I had to make do with juggling and a few simple stories since you had my... You didn't touch the harp? He pulled open the other dark leather case and took out a gold and silver harp as ornate as the flute, cradling it in his hands like a baby. Your clumsy sheepherder's fingers were never meant for the harp. I didn't touch it, Rand assured him. Thom plucked 2 strings, wincing. At least you weren't fool enough to try keeping it tuned, he muttered. Could have ruined it. Rand leaned across the table toward him. Thom, you wanted to go to Ilion, to see the great hunt set out, and be one of the first to make new stories about it, but you couldn't. What would you say if I told you you could still be a part of it? A big part? Loial stirred uneasily. Rand, are you sure? You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Rand waved into silence, his eyes on Thom. Thom glanced at the ogier and frowned. That would depend on what part and how. If you've reason to believe one of the hunters is coming this way, you're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. I suppose they could have left Ilion already, but he'd be weeks reaching here if he rode straight on, and why would he? Is this one of the fellows who never went to Ilion? He'll never make it into the stories without the blessing, whatever he does. It doesn't matter if the hunters left Ilion or not. Rand heard Loial's breath catch. Thom, we have the Horn of Valerie. For a moment there was dead silence. Thom broke it with a great guffaw of laughter. You two have the horn. A shepherd and a beardless ogier have the horn of. You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. You're and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. He doubled over, pounding his knee. The Horn of Valerie. But we do have it, Loial said seriously. Thom drew a deep breath. Small aftershocks of laughter still seemed to catch him unaware. I don't know what you found, but I can take you to 10 taverns where a fellow will tell you that he knows a man who knows the man who's already found the horn, and he will tell you how it was found too, as long as you buy his ale. I can take you to 3 men who will sell you the horn and swear their souls under the light. It's the real one and true. There is even a lord in the city has what he claims is the horn locked up inside his manor. He says it's a treasure handed down in his house since the breaking. I don't know if the hunters will ever find the horn, but they will hunt down 10,000 lies along the way. Moiraine says it's the horn, Rand said. Thom's mirth was cut short. She does she? I thought you said she was not with you. She isn't, Thom. I have not seen her since I left Faldara in Shianar, and for a month before that she said no more than 2 words together to me. He could not keep the bitterness out of his voice. And when she did talk, I wish she'd kept on ignoring me. I'll never dance to her tune again. The light burn her and every other Aes Sedai. No, not Egwene, not Nynaeve. He was conscious of Thom watching him closely. She isn't here, Thom. I do not know where she is, and I do not care. Well, at least you have sense enough to keep it secret. If you hadn't, it would be all over the Foregate by now, and half of Cairhien would be lying in wait to take it away. Half the world. Oh, we've kept it secret, Thom, and I have to bring it back to Faldara, without Darkfriends or anyone else taking it away. That's story enough for you right there, isn't it? I could use a friend who knows the world. You've been everywhere. You know things I can't even imagine. Loial and Hurin know more than I do, but we're all three floundering in deep water. Hurin, your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. No, don't tell me how. I do not want to know. The Gleeman pushed back his chair and went to stare out of the window. The Horn of Valere. That means the last battle is coming. Who will notice? Did you see the people laughing in the streets out there? Let the grain barges stop a week and they won't laugh. Galdrian will think they've all become Aiel. The nobles all play the game of houses, scheming to get close to the king, scheming to gain more power than the king, scheming to pull down Galdrian and be the next king. Or queen? They will think Tarmon Gaidon is only a ploy in the game. He turned away from the window. I don't suppose you're talking about simply riding to Shienar and handing the horn to who? The king? Why Shienar? The legends all tie the horn to Ilion. Rand looked at Loial. The Ogier's ears were sagging. Shienar, because I know who to give it to there. And there are Trollocs and Darkfriends after us. Why does that not surprise me? No, I may be an old fool, but I will be an old fool in my own way. You take the glory, boy. Thom, no! There was a silence, broken only by the creaking of the bed as Loial shifted. Finally, Rand said, Loial, would you mind leaving Thom and me alone for a bit? Please? Loial looked surprised. The tufts on his ears went almost to points, but he nodded and rose. That dice game in the common room looked interesting. Perhaps they will let me play. Thom eyed Rand suspiciously as the door closed behind the Ogier. Rand hesitated. There were things he needed to know, things he was sure Thom knew. The Gleeman had once seemed to know a great deal about a surprising number of things, but he was not sure how to ask. Thom, he said at last, are there any books that have the Cairhien cycle in them? Easier to call it that than the Prophecies of the Dragon. In the great libraries, Thom said slowly. Any number of translations, and even in the old tongue here and there. Rand started to ask if there was any way for him to find one, but the Gleeman went on. The old tongue has music in it, but too many even of the nobles are impatient with listening to it these days. Nobles are all expected to know the old tongue, but many only learn enough to impress people who don't. Translations don't have the same sound unless they're in high chant, and sometimes that changes meanings even more than most translations. There is one verse in the cycle. It doesn't scan well translated word for word, but there's no meaning lost. That goes like this. Twice and twice shall he be marked, twice to live and twice to die. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. Once the dragon for remembrance lost, twice the dragon for the price he must pay. He reached out and touched the herons embroidered on Rand's high collar. For a moment, Rand could only gape at him, and when he could speak, his voice was unsteady. The sword makes 5. Hilt, scabbard, and blade. He turned his hand down on the table, hiding the brand on his palm. For the first time since Celine's salve had done its work, he could feel it. Not hurting, but he knew it was there. So they do. Thom barked to laugh. There's another comes to mind. Twice dawns the day when his blood is shed. Once for mourning, once for birth. Red on black, the dragon's blood stains the rock of Sheol Ghul. In the pit of doom shall his blood free men from the shadow. Rand shook his head, denying, but Thom seemed not to notice. I don't see how a day can dawn twice, but then a lot of it doesn't really make much sense. The Stone of Tyr will never fall till Calendor is wielded by the Dragon Reborn, but the sword that cannot be touched lies in the heart of the stone, so how can he wield it first, eh? Well, be that as it may. I suspect Aes Sedai would want to make events fit the prophecies as closely as they can. Dying somewhere in the blasted lands would be a high price to pay for going along with them. It was an effort for Rand to make his voice calm, but he did it. No Aes Sedai are using me for anything. I told you, the last I saw of Moiraine was in Shianar. She said I could go where I wanted, and I left. And there's no Aes Sedai with you now? None at all. None. Thom knuckled his dangling white moustaches. He seemed satisfied, and at the same time puzzled. Then why ask about the prophecies? Why send the OGA out of the room? I, your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Didn't want to upset him. He's nervous enough about the horn. That's what I wanted to ask. Is the horn mentioned in the prophecies? He still could not make himself say it all the way out. All these false dragons, and now the horn is found. Everybody thinks the Horn of Valere is supposed to summon dead heroes to fight the Dark One in the last battle, and the your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. The Dragon Reborn. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Is supposed to fight the Dark One in the last battle. It seemed natural enough to ask. I suppose it is. Not many know that about the Dragon Reborn fighting the last battle, or if they do, they think he'll fight alongside the Dark One. Not many read the prophecies to find out. What was that you said about the horn? Supposed to? I've learned a few things since we parted, Thom. They will come for whoever blows the horn, even a Darkfriend. Bushy eyebrows rose nearly to Thom's hairline. Now that I didn't know, you have learned a few things. It doesn't mean I would let the White Tower use me for a false dragon. I don't want anything to do with Aes Sedai, or false dragons, or the power, or your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Rand bit his tongue. Get mad, and you start babbling. Fool. For a time, boy, I thought you were the one Moiraine wanted, and I even thought I knew why. You know, no man chooses to channel the power. It is something that happens to him, like a disease. You cannot blame a man for falling sick, even if it might kill you too. Your nephew could channel, couldn't he? You told me that was why you helped us, because your nephew had had trouble with the White Tower, and there was nobody to help him. There's only one kind of trouble men can have with Aes Sedai. Thom studied the tabletop, pursing his lips. I don't suppose there is any use in denying it. You understand, it is not the kind of thing a man talks about, having a male relative who could channel. The Red Aja never gave Oin a chance. They gentled him, and then he died. He just gave up wanting to live. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. He exhaled sadly. Rand shivered. Why didn't Moiraine do that to me? A chance, Thom? Do you mean there was some way he could have dealt with it? Not gone mad? Not died? Owen held it off almost 3 years. He never hurt anyone. He didn't use the power unless he had to, and then only to help his village. He, your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Thom threw up his hands. I suppose there was no choice. The people where he lived told me he was acting strange that whole last year. They did not much want to talk about it, and they nearly stoned me when they found out I was his uncle. I suppose he was going mad, but he was my blood boy. I can't love the Aes Sedai for what they did to him, even if they had to. If Moiraine's let you go, then you are well out of it. For a moment, Rand was silent. Fool. Of course there's no way to deal with it. You're going to go mad and die whatever you do." But Baalsamon said, "No." He coloured under Thom's scrutiny. "I mean, you're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. I am out of it, Thom, but I still have the Horn of Valere. Think of it, Thom, the Horn of Valere. Other Gleeman might tell tales about it, but you could say you had it in your hands." He realized he sounded like Selene, but all that did was make him wonder where she was. "There's nobody I'd rather have with us than you, Thom." Thom frowned as if considering it, but in the end he shook his head firmly. "Boy, I like you well enough, but you know as well as I do that I only helped before because there was an Aes Sedai mixed in it. Segan doesn't try to cheat me more than I expect, and with the king's gift added in, I could never earn as much in the villages. To my very great surprise, Dina seems to love me, and, as much a surprise, I return the feeling. Now, why should I leave that to go be chased by Trollocs and Darkfriends? The Horn of Valere? Oh, it is a temptation, I'll admit, but no. No, I will not get mixed up in it again." He leaned over to pick up one of the wooden instrument cases, long and narrow. When he opened it, a flute lay inside, plainly made but mounted with silver. He closed it again and slid it across the table. "You might need to earn your supper again someday, boy." "I might at that," Rand said. "At least we can talk. I will be in." The Gleeman was shaking his head. "A clean break is best, boy. If you're always coming around, even if you never mention it, I won't be able to get the horn out of my head, and I won't be tangled in it. I won't." After Rand left, Thom threw his cloak on the bed and sat with his elbows on the table. The Horn of Valere. How did that farm boy find? You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. You're and bought by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change was their code. He shut off that line of thought. Think about the horn too long, and he would find himself running off with Rand to carry it to Shi'enar. That would make a story carrying the Horn of Valere to the borderlands with Trollocs and Darkfriends pursuing. Scowling, he reminded himself of Denna. Even if she had not loved him, talent such as hers was not to be found every day. And she did love, even if he could not begin to imagine why. "Oh, fool," he muttered. "Aye, an old fool," Zira said from the door. He gave a start. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he had not heard the door open. He had known Zira for years, off and on in his wanderings, and she always took full advantage of the friendship to speak her mind. An old fool who's playing the game of houses again. Unless my ears are failing, that young lord has the sound of Andor on his tongue. He's no Cairhien, that's for certain sure. Daes Dae'mar is dangerous enough without letting an outland lord mix you in his schemes. Thom blinked, then considered the way Rand had looked. That coat had surely been fine enough for a lord. He was growing old, letting things like that slip by him. Ruefully, he realized he was considering whether to tell Zira the truth or let her continue thinking as she did. All it takes is to think about the great game, and I start playing it. The boy is a shepherd, Zira, from the Two Rivers, she laughed scornfully, and I'm the Queen of Galedan. I tell you, the game has grown dangerous in Cairhien the last few years. Nothing like what you knew in Camelin. There are murders done now. You'll have your throat cut for you if you don't watch out. I tell you, I am not in the great game any longer. That's all 20 years in the past, near enough. Aye. She did not sound as if she believed it. But be that as it may, and young outland lords aside, you've begun performing at the Lord's manors. They pay well, and they'll pull you into their plots as soon as they see how. They see a man and think how to use him as naturally as breathing. This young lord of yours won't help you. They will eat him alive. He gave up on trying to convince her he was out of it. Is that what you came up to say, Zira? Aye. Forget playing the great game, Thom. Marry Denna. She'll take you, the more fool her, bony and white-haired as you are. Marry her, and forget this young lord and Daes Dae'mar. "I thank you for the advice," he said dryly. "Marry her? Burden her with an old husband. She'll never be a bard with my past hanging around her neck. If you don't mind, Zira, I want to be alone for a while. I perform for Lady Merrilyn and her guests tonight, and I need to prepare." She gave him a snort and a shake of her head and banged the door shut behind her. Thom drummed his fingers on the table. Coat or no coat, Rand was still only a shepherd. If he had been more, if he had been what Thom once suspected, a man who could channel, neither Moiraine nor any other Aes Sedai would ever have let him walk away ungentled. Horn or no horn, the boy was only a shepherd. "He is out of it," he said aloud, "and so am I." "I do not understand it," Loial said. "I was winning most of the time. And then Dina came in and joined the game, and she won it all right back. Every toss. She called it a little lesson." What did she mean by that? Rand and the Ogier were making their way through the Foregate, the bunch of grapes behind them. The sun sat low in the west, a red ball half below the horizon, throwing long shadows behind them. The street was empty, save for one of the big puppets, a goat-horned Trolloc with a sword at its belt, coming toward them with 5 men working the poles, but sounds of merriment drifted still from other parts of the Foregate, where the halls of entertainment and the taverns stood. Here, doors were already barred and windows shuttered. Rand stopped fingering the wooden flute case and slung it on his back. I suppose I couldn't expect him to throw over everything and come with me, but at least he could talk to me. Light. I wish Ingtar would show up. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and felt Celine's note. "You don't suppose she? Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code." Loial paused uncomfortably. "You don't suppose she cheated, do you?" Everybody was grinning as if she were doing something clever. Rand shrugged at his cloak. "I have to take the horn and go. If we wait for Ingtar, anything can happen. Fane will come sooner or later. I have to stay ahead of him." The men with the puppet were almost to them. "Rand," Loial said suddenly, "I don't think that's a—" Abruptly the men let their poles clatter to the packed dirt street. Instead of collapsing, the Trolloc leaped for Rand with outstretched hands. There was no time to think. Instinct brought the sword out of its sheath in a flashing arc. The moon rises over the lakes. The Trolloc staggered back with a bubbling cry, snarling even as it fell. For an instant everyone stood frozen. Then the men, the Darkfriends, they had to be looked from the Trolloc lying in the street to Rand, with the sword in his hands and Loial at his side. They turned and ran. Rand was staring at the Trolloc too. The void had surrounded him before his hand touched hilt. Saidin shone in his mind, beckoning, sickening. With an effort he made the void vanish and licked his lips. Without the emptiness, fear crawled on his skin. "Loial, we have to get back to the inn. Hurin's alone, and they—" He grunted as he was lifted into the air by a thick arm long enough to pin both of his to his chest. A hairy hand grabbed his throat. He caught sight of a tusked snout just over his head. A rank smell filled his nose, equal parts sour sweat and pigsty. As quickly as it had seized him, the hand at his throat was torn away. Stunned, Rand stared at it, at the thick Ogier fingers clutching the Trolloc's wrist. "Hold on, Rand." Loial's voice sounded strained. The Ogier's other hand came around and took hold of the arm still holding Rand above the ground. "Hold on." Rand was shaken from side to side as Ogier and Trolloc struggled. Abruptly he fell free. Staggering, he took 2 steps to get clear and turned back with sword raised. Standing behind the boar-snouted Trolloc, Loial had it by wrist and forearm, holding its arms spread wide, breathing hard with the effort. The Trolloc snarled gutturally in the harsh Trolloc tongue, throwing its head back in efforts to catch Loial with a tusk. Their boots scuffled across the dirt of the street. Rand tried to find a place to put his blade in the Trolloc without hurting Loial, but Ogier and Trolloc spun in their rough dance so much that he could find no opening. With a grunt, the Trolloc pulled its left arm free, but before it could loose itself completely, Loial snapped his own arm around its neck, hugging the creature close. The Trolloc clawed at its sword. The scythe-like blade hung on the wrong side for left-handed use, but inch by inch the dark steel began sliding out of the scabbard. And still they thrashed about so that Rand could not strike without risking Loial. The power. That could do it. How, he did not know, but he knew nothing else to try. The Trolloc had its sword half unsheathed. When the curved blade was bare, it would kill Loial. Reluctantly, Rand formed the void. Sedin shone at him, pulled at him. Dimly, he seemed to recall a time when it had sung to him, but now it only drew him, a flower's perfume drawing a bee, a midden's stench drawing a fly. He opened himself up, reached for it. There was nothing there. He could as well have been reaching for light in truth. The taint slid off onto him, soiling him, but there was no flow of light inside him. Driven by distant desperation, he tried again and again, and again there was only the taint. With a sudden heave, Loial threw the Trolloc aside, so hard that the thing cartwheeled against the side of a building. It struck headfirst with a loud crack and slid down the wall to lie with its neck twisted at an impossible angle. Loial stood staring at it, his chest heaving. Rand looked out at the emptiness for a moment before he realized what had happened. As soon as he did, though, he let void and tainted light go and hurried to Loial's side. "I never, your, and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your, and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code." Killed before, Rand. Loial drew a shuddering breath. "It would have killed you if you hadn't," Rand told him. Anxiously, he looked at the alleys and shuttered windows and barred doors. Where there were 2 Trollocs, there had to be more. "I'm sorry you had to do it, Loial, but it would have killed both of us, or worse. I know, but I cannot like it. Even a Trolloc." Pointing toward the setting sun, the Ogier seized Rand's arm. "There's another of them." Against the sun, Rand could not make out details, but it appeared to be another group of men with a huge puppet coming toward Loial and him. Except that now he knew what to look for. The puppet moved its legs too naturally, and the snouted head rose to sniff the air without anyone lifting a pole. He did not think the Trolloc and Darkfriends could see him among the evening shadows, or what lay in the street around him. They moved too slowly for that. Yet it was plain they were hunting and coming closer. "Fane knows I'm out here somewhere," he said, hastily wiping his blade on a dead Trolloc's coat. "He's set them to find me. He is afraid of the Trollocs being seen, though, or he wouldn't have them disguised. If we can reach a street where there are people, we'll be safe. We have to get back to Hurin. If Fane finds him, alone with the horn, your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code." He pulled Loial along to the next corner and turned toward the nearest sounds of laughter and music, but long before they reached it, another group of men appeared ahead of them in the otherwise empty street with a puppet that was no puppet. Rand and Loial took the next turning. It led east. Every time Rand tried to reach the music and laughter, there was a Trolloc in the way, often sniffing the air for a scent. Some Trollocs hunted by scent. Sometimes here, where there were no eyes to see, a Trolloc stalked alone. More than once he was sure it was one he had seen before. They were closing in, and making sure he and Loial did not leave the deserted streets with their shuttered windows. Slowly the 2 of them were forced east, away from the city and Hurin, away from other people, along narrow, slowly darkening streets that ran in all directions, uphill and down. Rand eyed the houses they passed, the tall buildings closed up tight for the night with more than a little regret. Even if he pounded on a door until someone opened it, even if they took Loial and him in, none of the doors he saw would stop a Trolloc. All that would do would be to offer up more victims with Loial and himself. "Rand," Loial said finally, "there is nowhere else to go." They had reached the eastern edge of the Foregate. The tall buildings to either side of them were the last. Lights in windows on the upper stories mocked him, but the lower floors were all shut tight. Ahead lay the hills, cloaked in first twilight and bare of so much as a farmhouse. Not entirely empty, though. He could just make out pale walls surrounding one of the larger hills, perhaps a mile away, and buildings inside. "Once they push us out there," Loial said, "they won't have to worry who sees them." Rand gestured to the walls around the hill. "Those should stop a Trolloc. It must be a lord's manor. Maybe they'll let us in. An Ogier and an outland lord? This coat has to be good for something sooner or later." He looked back down the street. No Trollocs in sight yet, but he drew Loial around the side of the building anyway. I think that is the Illuminators' chapter house, Rand. Illuminators guard their secrets tightly. I don't think they would let Galdrian himself inside there. What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Said a familiar woman's voice. There was suddenly a spicy perfume in the air. Rand stared. Selene stepped around the corner they had just rounded, her white dress bright in the dimness. How did you get here? What are you doing here? You have to leave immediately. Run. There are Trollocs after us. So I saw. Her voice was dry, yet cool and composed. I came to find you, and I find you allowing Trollocs to herd you like sheep. Can the man who possesses the Horn of Valor let himself be treated so? I don't have it with me, he snapped, and I don't know how it could help if I did. The dead heroes are not supposed to come back to save me from Trollocs. Selene, you have to get away. Now. He peered around the corner. Not more than 100 paces away, a Trolloc was sticking its horned head cautiously into the street, smelling the night. A large shadow by its side had to be another Trolloc, and there were smaller shadows too. Darkfriends. Too late, Rand muttered. He shifted the fruit case to pull off his cloak and wrap it around her. It was long enough to hide her white dress entirely and trail on the ground besides. You'll have to hold that up to run, he told her. Loial, if they won't let us in, we will have to find a way to sneak in. But, Rand, would you rather wait for the Trollocs? He gave Loial a push to start him and took Selene's hand to follow at a trot. Find us a path that won't break our necks, Loial. You're letting yourself become flustered, Selene said. She seemed to have less trouble following Loial in the failing light than Rand did. Seek the oneness and be calm. One who would be great must always be calm. The Trollocs might hear you, he told her. I don't want greatness. He thought he heard an irritated grunt from her. Stones sometimes turned underfoot, but the way across the hills was not hard, despite the twilight shadows. Trees, and even brush, had long since been cleared from the hills for firewood. Nothing grew except knee-high grass that rustled softly around their legs. A night breeze came up softly. Rand worried that it might carry their scent to the Trollocs. Loial stopped when they reached the wall. It stood twice as high as the Ogier, the stones covered with a whitish plaster. Rand peered back toward the Foregate. Bands of lighted windows reached out like spokes of a wheel from the city walls. Loial, he said softly, can you see them? Are they following us? The Ogier looked in the direction of the Foregate and nodded unhappily. I only see some of the Trollocs, but they are coming this way, running. Rand, I really don't think... Selene cut him off. If he wants to go in, Atlantin, he needs a door. Such as that one. She pointed to a dark patch a little down the wall. Even with her telling him, Rand was not certain it was a door, but when she strode to it and pulled, it opened. Rand, Loial began. Rand pushed him to the door. Later, Loial. And softly, we're hiding, remember? He got them inside and closed the door behind them. There were brackets for a bar, but no bar to be seen. It would not stop anyone, but maybe the Trollocs would hesitate to come inside the walls. They were in an alleyway leading up the hill between two long, low, windowless buildings. At first he thought they were stone too, but then he realized the white plaster had been laid over wood. It was dark enough now for the moon reflecting from the walls to give a semblance of light. Better to be arrested by the Illuminators than taken by Trollocs, he murmured, starting up the hill. But that is what I was trying to tell you, Loial protested. I've heard the Illuminators kill intruders. They keep their secrets hard and fast, Rand. Rand stopped dead and stared back at the door. The Trollocs were still out there. At the worst, humans had to be better to deal with than Trollocs. He might be able to talk the Illuminators into letting them go. Trollocs did not listen before they killed. I'm sorry I got you into this, Selene. Danger adds a certain something, she said softly. And so far, you handle it well. Shall we see what we find? She brushed past him up the alleyway. Rand followed, the spicy smell of her filling his nostrils. Atop the hill, the alleyway opened onto a wide expanse of smoothly flattened clay, almost as pale as the plaster, and nearly surrounded by more white, windowless buildings with the shadows of narrow alleys between. But to Rand's right stood one building with windows, light falling onto the pale clay. He pulled back into the shadows of the alley as a man and a woman appeared, walking slowly across the open space. Their clothes were certainly not Cairhien. The man wore breeches as baggy as his shirt sleeves, both in a soft yellow, with embroidery on the legs of his breeches and across the chest of his shirt. The woman's dress, worked elaborately across the breast, seemed a pale green, and her hair was done in a multitude of short braids. "All is in readiness, you say?" the woman demanded. "You are certain, Tammuz?" "All?" The man spread his hands. "Always you check behind me, Aludra. All is in readiness. The display, it could be given this very moment. The gates and doors, they are all barred. All of the bread, your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code." Her voice faded as they moved on to the far end of the lighted building. Rand studied the open area, recognizing almost nothing. In the middle of it, several dozen upright tubes, each nearly as tall as he and a foot or more across, sat on large wooden bases. From each tube, a dark, twisted cord ran across the ground and behind a low wall, perhaps 3 paces long, on the far side. All around the open space stood a welter of wooden racks with troughs and tubes and forked sticks and a score of other things. All the fireworks he had ever seen could be held in one hand, and that was as much as he knew, except that they burst with a great roar or whizzed along the ground in spirals of sparks, or sometimes shot into the air. They always came with warnings from the illuminators that opening one could cause it to go off. In any case, fireworks were too expensive for the village council to have allowed anybody unskilled to open one. He could well remember the time when Matt had tried to do just that. It was nearly a week before anyone but Matt's own mother would speak to him. The only thing that Rand found familiar at all was the cords, the fuses. That, he knew, was where you set the fire. With a glance back at the unbarred door, he motioned the others to follow and started around the tubes. If they were going to find a place to hide, he wanted to be as far from that door as he could. It meant making their way between the racks, and Rand held his breath every time he brushed against one. The things in them shifted with the slightest touch, rattling. All of them seemed to be made of wood, without a piece of metal. He could imagine the racket if one were knocked over. He eyed the tall tubes warily, remembering the bang made by one the size of his finger. If those were fireworks, he did not want to be this close to them. Loial muttered to himself continually, especially when he bumped one of the racks, then started back so fast that he bumped another. The Ogier crept along in a cloud of clatters and muttering. Selene was no less unnerving. She strode as casually as if they were on a city street. She did not bump anything, did not make a sound, but she also made no effort to keep the cloak closed. The white of her dress seemed brighter than all the walls together. He peered at the lighted windows, waiting for someone to appear. All it would take was one. Selene could not fail to be seen, the alarm given. The windows remained empty, though. Rand was just breathing a sigh of relief as they approached the low wall, and the alleys and buildings behind it, when Loial brushed against another rack, standing right beside the wall. It held 10 soft-looking sticks as long as Rand's arm, with thin streams of smoke rising from their tips. The rack made hardly a sound when it fell, the smouldering sticks sprawling across one of the fuses. With a crackling hiss, the fuse burst into flame, and the flame raced toward one of the tall tubes. Rand goggled for an instant, then he tried to whisper a shout. Behind the wall. Selene made an angry noise when he bore her to the ground behind the wall, but he did not care. He tried to spread himself over her protectively as Loial crowded beside them. Waiting for the tube to burst, he wondered if there would be anything left of the wall. There was a hollow thump that he felt through the ground as much as heard. Cautiously, he lifted himself off of Selene enough to peer around the edge of the wall. She fisted him in the ribs, hard, and wriggled out from under him with an oath in a language he did recognize, but he was beyond noticing. A trickle of smoke was leaking from the top of one of the tubes. That was all. He shook his head wonderingly. If that's all there is to it. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by thems, by the first change, was their code. With a crash like thunder, a huge flower of red and white bloomed high in the now dark sky, then slowly began drifting away in sparkles. As he goggled at it, the lighted building erupted with noise. Shouting men and women filled the windows, staring and pointing. Rand longingly eyed the dark alleyway only a dozen steps away, and the first step would be in full view of the people at the windows. Pounding feet poured from the building. He pressed Loial and Selene back against the wall, hoping they looked like just another shadow. "Be still and be silent," he whispered. "It's our only hope." "Sometimes," Selene said quietly, "if you are very still, no one can see you at all." She did not sound the least bit worried. Boots thumped back and forth on the other side of the wall, and voices were raised in anger, especially the one Rand recognized as Aludra. "You great buffoon, Tammuz. You great pig, you. Your mother, she was a goat, Tammuz. One day you will kill us all." "I'm not to blame for this, Aludra," the man protested. "I have been sure to put everything where it belonged, and the punks they were. You will not speak to me, Tammuz. A great pig does not deserve to speak like a human." Aludra's voice changed in answer to another man's question. "There is no time to prepare another. Goldrian, he must be satisfied with the rest for tonight. And one early. And you, Tammuz, you will set everything right, and tomorrow you will leave with the carts to buy the manure. Does anything else go wrong this night, I will not trust you again even with so much as the manure." Footsteps faded back toward the building to the accompaniment of Aludra's muttering. Tammuz remained, growling under his breath about the unfairness of it all. Rand stopped breathing as the man came over to right the toppled stand. Pressed back in the shadows against the wall, he could see Tammuz's back and shoulder. All the man had to do was turn his head, and he could not miss seeing Rand and the others. Still complaining to himself, Tammuz arranged the smouldering sticks in the stand, then stalked off toward the building where everyone else had gone. Letting his breath go, Rand took a quick look after the man, then pulled back into the shadows. A few people still stood at the windows. "We can't expect any more luck tonight," he whispered. "It is said great men make their own luck," Selene said softly. "Will you stop that?" he told her wearily. He wished the smell of her did not fill his head, so it made it hard to think clearly. He could remember the feel of her body when he pushed her down, softness and firmness in a disturbing blend, and that did not help either. Rand, Loial, was peering around the end of the wall away from the lighted building. "I think we need some more luck, Rand." Rand shifted to look over the OGA's shoulder. Beyond open space, in the alleyway that led to the barless door, 3 Trollocs were peering cautiously out of the shadows toward the lighted windows. One woman was standing at a window. She did not seem to see the Trollocs. "So," Selene said quietly, "it becomes a trap. These people may kill you if they take you. The Trollocs surely will. But perhaps you can slay the Trollocs too quickly for them to make any outcry. Perhaps you can stop the people from killing you to preserve their little secrets. You may not want greatness, but it will take a great man to do these things." "You don't have to sound happy about it," Rand said. He tried to stop thinking about how she smelled, how she felt, and the void almost surrounded him. He shook it away. The Trollocs did not seem to have located them yet. He settled back, staring at the nearest dark alleyway. Once they made a move toward it, the Trollocs would surely see, and so would the woman at the window. It would be a race as to whether Trollocs or Illuminators reached them first. "Your greatness will make me happy." Despite the words, Selene sounded angry. "Perhaps I should leave you to find your own way for a time. If you'll not take greatness when it is in your grasp, perhaps you deserve to die." Rand refused to look at her. "Loial, can you see if there's another door down that alley?" The OGA shook his head. "There is too much light here and too much dark there. If I were in the alley, yes." Rand fingered the hilt of his sword. "Take Selene. As soon as you see a door, if you do call out, and I'll follow. If there isn't a door at the end, you will have to lift her so she can reach the top of the wall and climb over." "All right, Rand." Loial sounded worried. "But when we move, those Trollocs will come after us no matter who is watching. Even if there is a door, they will be on our heels. You let me worry about the Trollocs, 3 of them. I might do it with the void." The thought of Saidin decided him. Too many strange things had happened when he let the male half of the true source come close. "I will follow as soon as I can. Go." He turned to peer around the wall at the Trollocs. From the corner of his eye, he had an impression of Loial's bulk moving, of Selene's white dress half covered by his cloak. One of the Trollocs beyond the tubes pointed to them excitedly, but still the 3 hesitated, glancing up at the window where the woman still watched. 3 of them. There has to be a way. Not the void, not Sedian. There is a door, came Loial's soft call. One of the Trollocs took a step out of the shadows, and the others followed, gathering themselves. As from a distance, Rand heard the woman at the window cry out, and Loial shouted something. Without thinking, Rand was on his feet. He had to stop the Trollocs somehow, or they would run him down, and Loial and Selene. He snatched one of the smouldering sticks and hurled himself at the nearest tube. It tilted, started to fall over, and he caught the square wooden base. The tube pointed straight at the Trollocs. They slowed uncertainly. The woman at the window screamed, and Rand touched the smoking end of the stick to the fuse right where it joined the tube. The hollow thump came immediately, and the thick wooden base slammed against him, knocking him down. A roar like a thunderclap broke the night, and a blinding burst of light tore away the dark. Blinking, Rand staggered to his feet, coughing in thick, acrid smoke, ears ringing. He stared in amazement. Half the tubes and all of the racks lay on their sides, and one corner of the building beside which the Trollocs had stood was simply gone, flames licking at ends of planks and rafters. Of the Trollocs there was no sign. Through the ringing in his ears, Rand heard shouts from the illuminators in the building. He broke into a tottering run, lumbered into the alley. Halfway down it, he stumbled over something and realized it was his cloak. He snatched it up without pausing. Behind him, the cries of the illuminators filled the night. Loial was bouncing impatiently on his feet beside the open door, and he was alone. "Where is Selene?" Rand demanded. "She went back, Rand." "I tried to grab her, and she slipped right out of my hands." Rand turned back toward the noise. Through the incessant sound in his ears, some of the shouts were barely distinguishable. There was light there now, from the flames. The sand buckets. "Fetch the sand buckets quickly. This is disaster." Disaster! Some of them went that way. Loial grabbed Rand's shoulder. "You cannot help her, Rand. Not by being taken yourself. We must go." Someone appeared at the end of the alley, a shadow outlined by the glow of flames behind, and pointed toward them. "Come on, Rand." Rand let himself be pulled out of the door into the darkness. The fire faded behind them until it was only a glow in the night, and the lights of the Foregate came closer. Rand almost wished more Trollocs would appear, something he could fight. But there was only the night breeze ruffling the grass. "I tried to stop her," Loial said. There was a long silence. "We really couldn't have done anything. They would just have taken us, too." Rand sighed. "I know, Loial. You did what you could." He walked backwards a few steps, staring at the glow. It seemed less. The illuminators must be putting out the flames. "I have to help her somehow." "How?" "Sadine." "The power?" He shivered. "I have to." They went through the Foregate, by the lighted streets, wrapped in a silence that shut out the gaiety around them. When they entered, the defender of the Dragon Wall, the innkeeper held out his tray with a sealed parchment. Rand took it and stared at the white seal. A crescent moon and stars. Who left this? When? "An old woman, my lord. Not a quarter of an hour gone. A servant, though she did not say from what house." Quale smiled as if inviting confidences. "Thank you," Rand said, still staring at the seal. The innkeeper watched them go upstairs with a thoughtful look. Hurin took his pipe out of his mouth when Rand and Loial entered the room. Hurin had his short sword and swordbreaker on the table, wiping them with an oily rag. "You along with the Gleeman, my lord." "Is he well?" Rand gave a start. "Hard? What?" "Thom, yes he's. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by them's, by the first change, was their code. Your and bought, by the hops in hundreds people, by them's, by the first change, was their code." He broke open the seal with his thumb and read, "When I think I know what you're going to do, you do something else. You are a dangerous man. Perhaps it will not be long before we are together again. Think of the horn, think of the glory, and think of me, for you are always mine." Again it bore no signature, but the flowing hand itself. "Are all women crazy?" Rand demanded of the ceiling. Hurin shrugged. Rand threw himself into the other chair, the one sized for an ogier. His feet dangled above the floor, but he did not care. He stared at the blanket-covered chest under the edge of Royal's bed. "Think of the glory. I wish Ingtar would come." Perrin watched the mountains of Kinslayer's dagger uncomfortably as he rode. The way still slanted upwards and looked as if it would climb forever, though he thought the crest of the pass must not be too much further. To one side of the trail, the land sloped sharply down to a shallow mountain stream, dashing itself to froth over sharp rocks. To the other side, the mountains reared in a series of jagged cliffs, like frozen stone waterfalls. The trail itself ran through fields of boulders, some the size of a man's head, and some as big as a cart. It would take no great skill to hide in that. The wolves said there were people in the mountains. Perrin wondered if they were some of Fane's Darkfriends. The wolves did not know or care. They only knew the Twisted Ones were somewhere ahead. Still far ahead, though Ingtar had pressed the column hard. Perrin noticed that Uno was watching the mountains around them, much the way he himself was. Mat, his bow slung across his back, rode with seeming unconcern, juggling 3 coloured balls, yet he looked paler than he had. Verin examined him 2 and 3 times a day now, frowning, and Perrin was sure she had even tried healing at least once, but it made no difference, Perrin could see. In any case, she seemed to be more absorbed in something about which she did not speak. Rand, Perrin thought, looking at the Aes Sedai's back. She always rode at the head of the column with Ingtar, and she always wanted them to move even faster than the Shienaran Lord would allow. Somehow she knows about Rand. Images from the wolves flickered in his head, stone farmhouses and terraced villages, all beyond the mountain peaks. The wolves saw them no differently than they saw hills or meadows, except with the feeling that they were spoiled land. For a moment he found himself sharing that regret, remembering places the 2 legs had long since abandoned, remembering the swift rush through the trees and the hamstringing snap of his jaws as the deer tried to flee, and, yeah. With an effort he pushed the wolves out of his head. These Aes Sedai are going to destroy all of us. Ingtar let his horse fall back beside Perrin's. Sometimes, to Perrin's eyes, the crescent crest on the Shienaran's helmet looked like a Trolloc's horns. Ingtar said softly, "Tell me again what the wolf said." "I've told you 10 times, Perrin muttered. "Tell me again. Anything I may have missed, anything that will help me find the horn." Yeah. Ingtar drew a breath and let it out slowly. "I must find the Horn of Valere, Perrin. Tell me again." There was no need for Perrin to order it in his mind, not after so many repetitions. He droned it out. "Someone or something attacked the Darkfriends in the night and killed those Trollocs we found." His stomach no longer lurched at that. Ravens and vultures were messy feeders. The wolves call him or it Shadow Killer. I think it was a man, but they wouldn't go close enough to see clearly. They are not afraid of the Shadow Killer, or is more like it. They say the Trollocs now follow Shadow Killer. And they say Fane is with them. Even after so long, the remembered smell of Fane, the feel of the man, made his mouth twist, so the rest of the Darkfriends must be too. "Shadow Killer," Ingtar murmured. "Something of the Dark One, like a Merrilyn. I have seen things in the Blight that might be called Shadow Killers, but yeah. Did they see nothing else? They would not come close to him. It was not a Fade. I've told you, they will kill a Fade quicker than they will a Trolloc, even if they lose half the pack. Ingtar, the wolves who saw it, passed this to others, then still others before it reached me. I can only tell you what they passed on, and after so many tellings. Yeah. He let the words die as Uno joined them. "Ileman in the rocks," the one-eyed man said quietly. "This far from the waste?" Ingtar said incredulously. Uno somehow managed to look offended without changing his expression, and Ingtar added, "No, I don't doubt you. I am just surprised. He, Flaming, wanted me to see him, or I likely wouldn't have." Uno sounded disgusted at admitting it, and his bloody face wasn't veiled, so he's not out for killing. But when you see one bloody IL, there's always more you don't. Suddenly his eye widened. "Burn me if it doesn't look like he bloody wants more than to be seen." He pointed. A man had stepped into the way ahead of them. Instantly Masema's lance dropped to a couch, and he dug his heels into his horse, leaping to a dead gallop in 3 strides. He was not the only one. 4 steel points hurtled toward the man on the ground. "Hold!" Ingtar shouted. "Hold," I said. "I'll have the ears of any man who doesn't stop where he stands." Masema pulled in his horse viciously, sawing the reins. The others also stopped. In a cloud of dust, not 10 paces from the man, their lances still held steady on the man's chest. He raised a hand to wave away the dust as it drifted toward him. It was the first move he had made. He was a tall man, with skin dark from the sun and red hair cut short except for a tail in the back that hung to his shoulders. From his soft, laced, knee-high boots to the cloth wrapped loosely around his neck, his clothes were all in shades of brown and grey that would blend into rock or earth. The end of a short horn bow peeked over his shoulder, and a quiver bristled with arrows at his belt at one side. A long knife hung at the other. In his left hand he gripped a round hide buckler and 3 short spears, no more than half as long as he was tall, with points fully as long as those of the Shianaran lances. "I have no pipers to play the tune," the man announced with a smile, "but if you wish the dance—" Yeah. He did not change his stance, but Perrin caught a sudden air of readiness. "My name is Urien of the Two Spires Sept of the Rain Aiel. I am a red shield. Remember me." Ingtar dismounted and walked forward, removing his helmet. Perrin hesitated only a moment before climbing down to join him. He could not miss the chance to see an Aiel close up, acting like a black-veiled Aiel. In story after story, Aiel were as deadly and dangerous as Trollocs. Some even said they were all Darkfriends, but Urien's smile somehow did not look dangerous, despite the fact that he seemed poised to leap. His eyes were blue. "He looks like Rand." Perrin looked around to see that Matt had joined them too. "Maybe Ingtar's right," Matt added quietly. "Maybe Rand is an Aiel." Perrin nodded. "But it doesn't change anything." "No, it doesn't." Matt sounded as if he were talking about something beside what Perrin meant. "We are both far from our homes," Ingtar said to the Aiel, "and we at least have come for other things than fighting." Perrin revised his opinion of Urien's smile. The man actually looked disappointed. "As you wish it, Shianaran." Urien turned to Veyrin, just getting down off her horse, and made an odd bow, digging the points of his spears into the ground and extending his right hand, palm up. His voice became respectful. "Wise one, my water is yours." Veyrin handed her reins to one of the soldiers. She studied the Aiel as she came closer. "Why do you call me that? Do you take me for an Aiel?" "No, wise one. But you have the look of those who have made the journey to Rhuidean and survived. The years do not touch the wise ones in the same way as other women, or as they touch men." An excited look appeared on the Aes Sedai's face, but Ingtar spoke impatiently. "We are following Darkfriends and Trollocs, Urien. Have you seen any sign of them?" "Trollocs? Here?" Urien's eyes brightened. "It is one of the signs the prophecies speak of. When the Trollocs come out of the Blight again, we will leave the threefold land and take back our places of old." There was muttering from the mounted Shianarans. Urien eyed them with a pride that made him seem to be looking down from a height. "The threefold land?" Matt said. Perrin thought he looked still paler, not sick exactly, but as if he had been out of the sun too long. "You call it the Waste," Urien said. "To us it is the threefold land. A shaping stone to make us, a testing ground to prove our worth, and a punishment for the sin." "What sin?" Matt asked. Perrin caught his breath, waiting for the spears in Urien's hand to flash. The Aiel shrugged. "So long ago it was that none remember, except the wise ones and the clan chiefs, and they will not speak of it. It must have been a very great sin if they cannot bring themselves to tell us, but the Creator punishes us well." "Trollocs," Ingtar persisted. "Have you seen Trollocs?" Urien shook his head. "I would have killed them if I had, but I have seen nothing but the rocks and the sky." Ingtar shook his head, losing interest, but Veyrin spoke, sharp concentration in her voice. "This, Rhuidean. What is it? Where is it? How are the girls chosen to go?" Urien's face went flat, his eyes hooded. "I cannot speak of it, wise one." In spite of himself, Perrin's hand gripped his axe. There was that in Urien's voice. Ingtar had also set himself, ready to reach for his sword, and there was a stir among the mounted men. But Veyrin stepped up to the Aiel until she was almost touching his chest and looked up into his face. "I am not a wise one as you know them, Urien," she said insistently. "I am Aes Sedai. Tell me what you can say of Rhuidean." The man who had been ready to face 20 men now looked as if he wished for an escape from this one plump woman with greying hair. Yeah, can tell you only what is known to all. Rhuidean lies in the lands of the Gen Aiel, the 13th clan. I cannot speak of them except to name them. None may go there save women who wish to become wise ones, or men who wish to be clan chiefs. Perhaps the Genii choose among them, I do not know. Many go, few return, and those are marked as what they are, wise ones or clan chiefs. No more can I say, Aes Sedai. No more. Perrin continued to look up at him, pursing her lips. Uriel looked at the sky as though he was trying to remember it. Will you slay me now, Aes Sedai? She blinked. What? Will you slay me now? One of the old prophecies says that if ever we fail the Aes Sedai again, they will slay us. I know your power is greater than that of the wise ones. The Aiel laughed suddenly, mirthlessly. There was a wild light in his eyes. Bring your lightnings, Aes Sedai. I will dance with them. The Aiel thought he was going to die, and he was not afraid. Perrin realized his mouth was open and closed it with a snap. What would I not give, Perrin murmured, gazing up at Uriel, to have you in the White Tower, or just willing to talk? Oh, be still, man. I won't harm you, unless you mean to harm me with your talk of dancing. Uriel seemed astounded. He looked at the Shienarans, sitting their horses all around, as if he suspected some trick. You are not a maiden of the spear, he said slowly. How could I strike at a woman who has not wedded the spear? It is forbidden except to save life, and then I would take wounds to avoid it. Why are you here, so far from your own lands? She asked. Why did you come to us? You could have remained in the rocks, and we would never have known you were there. The Aiel hesitated, and she added, Tell only what you are willing to say. I do not know what your wise ones do, but I'll not harm you or try to force you. So the wise ones say, Uriel said dryly, yet even a clan chief must have a strong belly to avoid doing as they want. He seemed to be picking his words carefully. I search for, someone, a man. His eye ran across Perrin, Mat, the Shienarans, dismissing them all. He who comes with the dawn. It is said there will be great signs and portents of his coming. I saw that you were from Shienar by your escort's armor, and you had the look of a wise one, so I thought you might have word of great events, the events that might herald him. A man? Perrin's voice was soft, but her eyes were as sharp as daggers. What are these signs? Uriel shook his head. It is said we will know them when we hear of them, as we will know him when we see him, for he will be marked. He will come from the west, beyond the spine of the world, but be of our blood. He will go to Rhuidean and lead us out of the threefold land. He took a spear in his right hand. Leather and metal creaked as soldiers reached for their swords, and Perrin realized he had taken hold of his axe again, but Perrin waved them all to stillness with an irritated look. In the dirt, Uriel scraped a circle with his spear point, then drew across it a sinuous line. It is said that under this sign he will conquer. Ingtar frowned at the symbol, no recognition on his face, but Mat muttered something coarsely under his breath, and Perrin felt his mouth go dry. The ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. Perrin scraped the marking away with her foot. I cannot tell you where he is, Uriel, she said, and I have heard of no signs or portents to guide you to him. Then I will continue my search. It was not a question, yet Uriel waited until she nodded before he eyed the Shienarans proudly, challengingly, then turned his back on them. He walked away smoothly and vanished into the rocks without looking back. Some of the soldiers began muttering. Uno said something about crazy bloody Aiel, and Masema growled that they should have left the Aiel for the ravens. We have wasted valuable time, Ingtar announced loudly. We will ride harder to make it up. Yes, Perrin said, we must ride harder. Ingtar glanced at her, but the Aes Sedai was staring at the smudged ground where her foot had obliterated the symbol. Dismount, he ordered. Armor on the pack horses. We're inside Cairhien now. We do not want the Cairhien thinking we have come to fight them. Be quick about it. Mat leaned close to Perrin. Do you? Yeah. Grost mest Strekia of the time with 4. Do you think he was talking about Rand? It's crazy, I know, but even Ingtar thinks he's Aiel. I don't know, Perrin said. Everything has been crazy since we got mixed up with Aes Sedai. Softly, as to herself, Perrin spoke, still staring at the ground. It must be a part, and yet how? Does the wheel of time weave threads into the pattern of which we know nothing? Or does the Dark One touch the pattern again? Perrin felt a chill. Velin looked up at the soldiers removing their armor. "Hurry," she commanded with more snap than Ingtar and Uno combined. "We must hurry." Jeffrem Bornhold ignored the smell of burning houses and the bodies that lay sprawled on the dirt of the street. Baer and a white-cloaked guard of 100 rode into the village at his heels, half the men he had with him. His legion was too scattered for his liking, with questioners having too many of the commands, but his orders had been explicit: obey the questioners. There had been but slight resistance here. Only half a dozen dwellings gave off columns of smoke. The inn was still standing, he saw, white-plastered stone like almost every structure on Ormouth Plain. Reining up before the inn, his eyes went past the prisoners his soldiers held near the village, well to the long gibbet marring the village green. It was hastily made, only a long pole on uprights, but it held 30 bodies, their clothes ruffled by the breeze. There were small bodies hanging among their elders. Even Baer stared at that in disbelief. "Muadj!" he roared. A grizzled man trotted away from those holding the prisoners. Muad had fallen into the hands of Darkfriends. Once, his scarred face took even the strongest aback. "Is this your work, Muad, or the Shan-Chan?" "Neither, my lord captain." Muad's voice was a hoarse, whispered growl, another leaving of the Darkfriends. He said no more. Bornhold frowned. "Surely that lot did not do it," he said, gesturing to the prisoners. The children did not look so neat as when he had brought them across Tarabon, but they seemed ready to parade compared with the rabble that crouched under their watchful eyes. Men in rags and bits of armor with sullen faces, remnants of the army Tarabon had sent against the invaders on Thom Head. Muad hesitated, then said carefully, "The villagers say they wore Tarabona cloaks, my lord captain." There was a big man among them, with grey eyes and a long moustache that sounds twin to Child Erwin, and a young lad trying to hide a pretty face behind a yellow beard who fought with his left hand. "Sounds almost like Child 1, my lord captain." "Questioners," Bornhold spat. Erwin and Wern were among those he had had to hand over to the questioner's command. He had seen questioner tactics before, but this was the first time he had ever been faced with children's bodies. "If my lord captain says so," Muad made it sound like fervent agreement. "Cut them down," Bornhold said wearily. "Cut them down and make sure the villagers know there will be no more killing. Unless some fool decides to be brave because his woman is watching, and I have to make an example." He dismounted, eyeing the prisoners again, as Muad hurried off calling for ladders and knives. He had more to think about than questioners' overzealousness. He wished he could stop thinking about questioners altogether. "They do not put up much fight, my lord captain," Baer said, "either these Tarabonas or what is left of the Domani. They snap like cornered rats, but run as soon as anything snaps back. Let us see how we do against the invaders, Baer, before we look down on these men, yes?" The prisoners' faces bore a defeated look that had been there before his men came. "Have Muad pick one out for me." Muad's face was enough to soften most men's resolve by itself. An officer, preferably. One who looks intelligent enough to tell what he has seen without embroidery, but young enough not to have yet grown a full backbone. Tell Muad to be not too gentle about it, yes? Make the fellow believe that I mean to see worse happen to him than he ever dreamed of, unless he convinces me otherwise. He tossed his reins to one of the children and strode into the inn. The innkeeper was there, for a wonder, an obsequious, sweating man, his dirty shirt straining over his belly until the embroidered red scrollwork seemed ready to pop off. Bornhold waved the man away. He was vaguely aware of a woman and some children huddling in a doorway until the fat innkeeper shepherded them out. Bornhold pulled off his gauntlets and sat at one of the tables. He knew too little about the invaders, the strangers. That was what almost everyone called them, those who did not just babble about Arthur Hawkwing. He knew they called themselves the Shan-Chan and Haleen. He had enough of the old tongue to know the latter meant those who come before, or the forerunners. They also called themselves Ryagel, those who come home, and spoke of Cairhien, the return. It was almost enough to make him believe the tales of Arthur Hawkwing's armies come back. No one knew where the Shan-Chan had come from, other than that they had landed in ships. Bornhold's requests for information from the seafolk had been met with silence. Amador did not hold the Atha'an Mir in good favor, and the attitude was returned with interest. All he knew of the Shan-Chan he had heard from men like those outside. Broken, beaten rabble who spoke, wide-eyed and sweating, of men who came into battle riding monsters as often as horses, who fought with monsters by their sides, and brought Aes Sedai to rend the earth under their enemies' feet. A sound of boots in the doorway made him put on a wolfish grin, but Baer was not accompanied by Muad. The Child of the Light, who stood beside him, back-braced and helmet in the crook of his arm, was Gerald, who Bornhold expected to be 100 miles away. Over his armor, the young man wore a cloak of Domani cut, trimmed with blue, not the white cloak of the children. "Muad is talking to a young fellow now, my Lord Captain," Baer said. "Child Gerald has just ridden in with a message." Bornhold waved for Gerald to begin. The young man did not unbend. "The compliments of Jaichim Cairhien," he started, looking straight ahead, "who guides the hand of the light in." "I have no need of the questioner's compliments," Bornhold growled, and saw the young man's startled look. Gerald was young yet. For that matter, Baer looked uncomfortable as well. "You will give me his message, yes?" "Not word for word, unless I ask it. Simply tell me what he wants." The child, set to recite, swallowed before he began. "My Lord Captain, he says you are moving too many men too close to Thom Head. He says the Darkfriends on Ormouth Plain must be rooted out, and you are, forgive me, Lord Captain, you are to turn back at once and ride toward the heart of the plain." He stood stiffly, waiting. Bornhold studied him. The dust of the plain stained Gerald's face, as well as his cloak and his boots. "Go and get yourself something to eat," Bornhold told him. "There should be washwater in one of these houses if you wish it. Return to me in an hour. I will have messages for you to carry." He waved the young man out. "The questioners may be right, my Lord Captain," Baer said when Gerald was gone. "There are many villages scattered on the plain, and the Darkfriends." Bornhold's hand, slapping the table, cut him off. "What Darkfriends? What Darkfriends? I have seen nothing in any village he has ordered taken, except farmers and craftsmen worried that we will burn their livelihoods, and a few old women who tend the sick." Baer's face was a study in lack of expression. He was always readier than Bornhold to see Darkfriends. "And children, Baer? Do children here become Darkfriends?" "The sins of the mother are visited to the 5th generation," Baer quoted, "and the sins of the father to the 10th. But he looked uneasy. Even Baer had never killed a child. "Has it never occurred to you, Baer, to wonder why Cairhien has taken away our banners and the cloaks of the men the questioners lead? Even the questioners themselves have put off the white. This suggests something, yes?" "He must have his reasons, Lord Captain," Baer said slowly. "The questioners always have reasons, even when they do not tell the rest of us." Bornhold reminded himself that Baer was a good soldier. Children to the north wear Tarabona cloaks, Baer, and those to the south, Domani. "I do not like what this suggests to me. There are Darkfriends here, but they are in Falme, not on the plain. When Gerald rides, he will not ride alone. Messages will go to every group of the children I know how to find. I mean to take the Legion onto Thom Head, Baer, and see what the true Darkfriends, these Shanshan, are up to." Baer looked troubled, but before he could speak, Muad appeared with one of the prisoners. The sweating young man in a battered, ornate breastplate shot frightened looks at Muad's hideous face. Bornhold drew his dagger and began trimming his nails. He had never understood why that made some men nervous, but he used it just the same. Even his grandfatherly smile made the prisoner's dirty face pale. "Now, young man, you will tell me everything you know about these strangers, yes? If you need to think on what to say, I will send you back out with Child Muad to consider it." The prisoner darted a wide-eyed look at Muad. Then words began to pour out of him. The long swells of the Arith Ocean made spray roll, but Doman's spread feet balanced him as he held the long tube of the looking-glass to his eye and studied the large vessel that pursued, and was slowly overtaking. The wind where spray ran was not the best or the strongest, but where the other ship smashed the swells into mountains of foam with its bluff bow, it could not have blown better. The coastline of Thom Head loomed to the east, dark cliffs and narrow strips of sand. He had not cared to take spray too far out, and now he feared he might pay for it. "Strangers, Captain?" Yarin had the sound of sweat in his voice. "Is it a stranger ship?" Doman lowered the looking-glass, but his eye still seemed filled by that tall, square-looking ship with its odd ribbed sails. "Shanshan," he said, and heard Yarin groan. He drummed his thick fingers on the rail, then told the helmsman, "Take her closer in. That ship will no dare enter the shallow waters Spray can sail." Yarin shouted commands, and crewmen ran to haul in booms as the helmsman put the tiller over, pointing the bow more toward the shoreline. Spray moved more slowly, heading so far into the wind, but Daemon was sure he could reach shoal waters before the other vessel came up on him. Did her holds be full, she could still take shallower water than ever, that great hull can. His ship rode a little higher in the water than she had on sailing from Tanchico. A third of the cargo of fireworks he had taken on there was gone, sold in the fishing villages on Thom and Head, but with the silver that flowed, for the fireworks had come disturbing reports. The people spoke of visits from the tall, boxy ships of the invaders. When Seanchan's ships anchored off the coast, the villagers who drew up to defend their homes were rent by lightning from the sky, while small boats were still ferrying the invaders ashore and the earth erupted in fire under their feet. Daemon had thought he was hearing nonsense until he was shown the blackened ground, and he had seen it in too many villages to doubt any longer. Monsters fought beside the Seanchan soldiers. Not that there was ever much resistance left, the villagers said, and some even claimed that the Seanchan themselves were monsters, with heads like huge insects. In Tanchico, no one had even known what they called themselves, and the Taraboners spoke confidently of their soldiers driving the invaders into the sea. But in every coastal town it was different. The Seanchan told astonished people they must swear again, oaths they had forsaken, though never deigning to explain when they had forsaken them or what the oaths meant. The young women were taken away one by one to be examined, and some were carried aboard the ships and never seen again. A few older women had also vanished, some of the guides and healers. New mayors were chosen by the Seanchan, and new councils, and any who protested the disappearances of the women or having no voice in the choosing might be hung, or burst suddenly into flame, or be brushed aside like yapping dogs. There was no way of telling which it would be until it was too late, and when the people had been thoroughly cowed, when they had been made to kneel and swear, bewildered, to obey the forerunners, await the return, and serve those who come home with their lives, the Seanchan sailed away, and usually never returned. Thom, it was said, was the only town they held fast. In some of the villages they had left, men and women crept back toward their former lives, to the extent of talking about electing their councils again, but most eyed the sea nervously, and made pale-cheeked protests that they meant to hold to the oaths they had been made to swear, even if they did not understand them. Daemon had no intention of meeting any Seanchan if he could avoid it. He was raising the glass to see what he could make out on the nearing Seanchan decks, when, with a roar, the surface of the sea broke into fountaining water and flame not 100 paces from his larboard side. Before he had even begun to gape, another column of flame split the sea on the other side, and as he was spinning to stare at that, another burst up ahead. The eruptions died as quickly as they were born, spray from them blown across the deck. Where they had been, the sea bubbled and steamed as if boiling. "We ID Car, or, yeah, we'll reach shallow water before they can close with us," Yarin said slowly. He seemed to be trying not to look at the water roiling under clouds of mist. Daemon shook his head. "Whatever they did, they can shatter us, even do I take her into the breakers." He shivered, thinking of the flame inside the fountains of water, and his holds full of fireworks. "Fortune prick me, we might no live to drown." He tugged at his beard and rubbed his bare upper lip, reluctant to give the order. The vessel and what it contained were all he had in the world. But finally he made himself speak. "Bring her into the wind, Yarin, and down sail. Quickly, man, quickly, before they do think we still try to escape." As crewmen ran to lower the triangular sails, Daemon turned to watch the Seanchan ship approach. Spray lost headway and pitched in the swells. The other vessel stood taller above the water than Daemon's ship, with wooden towers at bow and stern. Men were in the rigging, raising those strange sails, and armoured figures stood atop the towers. A longboat was put over the side and sped towards Spray under 10 oars. It carried armoured shapes, and Daemon frowned in surprise. 2 women crouched in the stern. The longboat thumped against Spray's hull. The first to climb up was one of the armoured men, and Daemon saw immediately why some of the villagers claimed the Seanchan themselves were monsters. The helmet looked very much like some monstrous insect's head, with thin red plumes like feelers. The wearer seemed to be peering out through mandibles. It was painted and gilded to increase the effect, and the rest of the man's armour was also worked with paint and gold. Overlapping plates in black and red, outlined with gold, covered his chest and ran down the outsides of his arms and the fronts of his thighs. Even the steel backs of his gauntlets were red and gold. Where he did not wear metal, his clothes were dark leather. The two-handed sword on his back with its curved blade was scabbarded and hilted in black and red leather. Then the armored figure removed his helmet, and Domon stared. He was a woman. Her dark hair was cut short, and her face was hard, but there was no mistaking it. He had never heard of such a thing, except among the Aiel, and Aiel were well known to be crazed. Just as disconcerting was the fact that her face did not look as different as he had expected of a Shawshal. Her eyes were blue, it was true, and her skin exceedingly fair, but he had seen both before. If this woman wore a dress, no one would look at her twice. He eyed her and revised his opinion. That cold stare and those hard cheeks would make her remarked anywhere. The other soldiers followed the woman onto the deck. Domon was relieved to see, when some of them removed their strange helmets, that they, at least, were men. Men with black eyes or brown, who could have gone unnoticed in Tanchico or Ilion. He had begun to have visions of armies of blue-eyed women with swords. Aes Sedai with swords, he thought, remembering the sea erupting. The Shan-Chan woman surveyed the ship arrogantly, then picked Domon out as captain. It had to be him or Yarin by their clothes. The way Yarin had his eyes closed and was muttering prayers under his breath, pointed to Domon and fixed him with a stare like a spike. "Are there any women among your crew or passengers?" She spoke with a soft slurring that made her hard to understand, but there was a snap in her voice that said she was used to getting answers. "Speak up, man, if you are the captain. If not, wake that other fool and tell him to speak." "I do be captain, my lady," Domon said cautiously. He had no idea how to address her, and he did not want to put a foot wrong. "I have no passengers, and there be no women in my crew." He thought of the girls and women who had been carried off, and, not for the first time, wondered what these folk wanted with them. The two women, dressed as women, were coming up from the longboat, one drawing the other. Domon blinked by a leash of silvery metal as she climbed aboard. The leash went from a bracelet worn by the first woman to a collar around the neck of the second. He could not tell whether it was woven or jointed. It seemed somehow to be both, but it was clearly of a piece with both bracelet and collar. The first woman gathered the leash in coils as the other came onto the deck. The collared woman wore plain dark grey and stood with her hands folded and her eyes on the planks under her feet. The other had red panels bearing forked silver lightning bolts on the breast of her blue dress and on the sides of her skirts, which ended short of the ankles of her boots. Domon eyed the women uneasily. "Speak slowly, man," the blue-eyed woman demanded in her slurred speech. She came across the deck to confront him, staring up at him, and in some way seeming taller and larger than he. "You are even harder to understand than the rest in this light forsaken land. And I make no claim to be of the blood. Not yet. After Cairhien? Yeah. I am Captain Eganin." Domon repeated himself, trying to speak slowly, and added, "I do be a peaceful trader, Captain. I mean no harm to you, and I have no part in your war." He could not help eyeing the two women connected by the leash again. "A peaceful trader?" Eganin mused. "In that case, you will be free to go once you have sworn fealty again." She noticed his glances and turned to smile at the women with the pride of ownership. "You admire my damane? She cost me dear, but she was worth every coin. Few but nobles own a damane, and most are property of the throne. She is strong, trader. She could have broken your ship to splinters, had I wished it so." Domon stared at the women and the silver leash. He had connected the one wearing the lightning with the fiery fountains in the sea, and assumed she was an Aes Sedai. Aegirnin had just set his head whirling. No one could do that to. Yeah. "She is Aes Sedai?" he said disbelievingly. He never saw the casual backhand blow coming. He staggered as her steel-backed gauntlet split his lip. "That name is never spoken," Aegirnin said with a dangerous softness. "There are only the damane, the leashed ones, and now they serve in truth as well as name." Her eyes made ice seem warm. Domon swallowed blood and kept his hand clenched at his sides. If he had had a sword to hand, he would not have led his crew to slaughter against a dozen armored soldiers, but it was an effort to make his voice humble. "I meant no disrespect, Captain. I know nothing of you or your ways. If I do offend, it is ignorance, no intention." She looked at him, then said, "You are all ignorant, Captain, but you will pay the debt of your forefathers. This land was ours, and it will be ours again. With the return, it will be ours again. Domon did not know what to say. Surely she can no mean that nattering about Arthur Hawkwing be true, so he kept his mouth shut. You will sail your vessel to Falmer, he tried to protest, but her glare silenced him, where you and your ship will be examined. If you are no more than a peaceful trader, as you claim, you will be allowed to go your way when you have sworn the oaths. Oaths, Captain. What oaths? To obey, to await, and to serve. Your ancestors should have remembered. She gathered her people, except for a single man in plain armor, which marked him of low rank, as much as the depth of his bow, to Captain Eganin, and their longboat pulled away toward the larger ship. The remaining Shan gave no orders, only sat cross-legged on the deck and began sharpening his sword while the crew put sail on and got under way. He seemed to have no fear of being alone, and Domon would have personally thrown overboard any crewman who raised a hand to him, for as spray made her way along the coast, the Shan ship followed, out in deeper water. There was a mile between the two vessels, but Domon knew there was no hope of escape, and he meant to deliver the man back to Captain Eganin as safely as if he had been cradled in his mother's arms. It was a long passage to Falmer, and Domon finally persuaded the Shan to talk a little. A dark-eyed man in his middle years, with an old scar above his eyes and another nicking his chin, his name was Caban, and he had nothing but contempt for anyone this side of the Arith Ocean. That gave Domon a moment's pause. Maybe they truly do be. Yeah. No, that do be madness. Caban's speech had the same slur as Aegeanin's, but where hers was silk sliding across iron, his was leather rasping on rock, and mostly he wanted to talk about battles, drinking, and women he had known. Half the time, Domon was not certain if he was speaking of here and now, or of wherever he had come from. The man was certainly not forthcoming about anything Domon wanted to know. Once Domon asked about the Damane. Caban reached up from where he sat in front of the helmsman and put the point of his sword to Domon's throat. Watch what your tongue touches, or you will lose it. That's the business of the blood, not your kind, or mine. He grinned while he said it, and as soon as he was done, he went back to sliding a stone along his heavy, curved blade. Domon touched the point of blood welling above his collar, and resolved not to ask that again at least. The closer the two vessels came to Falmer, the more of the tall, square-looking Shan ships they passed, some under sail, but more anchored. Everyone was bluff-bowed and towered as big as anything Domon had ever seen, even among the sea folk. A few local craft he saw with their sharp bows and slanted sails darted across the green swells. The sight gave him confidence that Aegeanin had spoken the truth about letting him go free. When spray came up on the headland where Falmer stood, Domon gaped at the numbers of the Shan ships anchored off the harbour. He tried counting them and gave up at 100, less than halfway done. He had seen as many ships in one place before, in Ilion and Ter and even Tanchico, but those vessels had included many smaller craft. Muttering glumly to himself, he took spray into the harbour, shepherded by her great Shan watchdog. Falmer stood on a spit of land at the very tip of Thom Head, with nothing further west of it except the Arith Ocean. High cliffs ran to the harbour mouth on both sides, and atop one of those, where every ship running into the harbour had to pass under them, stood the towers of the Watchers over the waves. A cage hung over the side of one of the towers, with a man sitting in it despondently, legs dangling through the bars. "Who is that?" Domon asked. Caban had finally given over sharpening his sword, after Domon had begun to wonder if he meant to shave with it. The Shan glanced up to where Domon pointed. "Oh, that is the first Watcher. Not the one who sat in the chair when we first came, of course. Every time he dies, they choose another, and we put him in the cage." "But why?" Domon demanded. Caban's grin showed too many teeth. They watched for the wrong thing and forgot when they should have been remembering. Domon tore his eyes away from the Shan. Spray slid down the last real sea swell and into the quieter waters of the harbour. "I do be a trader, and it is none of my business." Falmer rose from stone docks up the slopes of the hollow that made the harbour. Domon could not decide whether the dark stone houses made up a goodly-sized town or a small city. Certainly he saw no building in it to rival the smallest palace in Ilion. He guided Spray to a place at one of the docks and wondered, while the crew tied the ship fast, if the Shan might buy some of the fireworks in his hold. None of my business. To his surprise, Eganin had herself rowed to the dock with her Damane. There was another woman wearing the bracelet this time, with the red panels and forked lightning on her dress, but the Damane was the same sad-faced woman who never looked up unless the others spoke to her. Aegeanin had Domon and his crew herded off the ship to sit on the dock under the eyes of a pair of her soldiers. She seemed to think no more were needed, and Domon was not about to argue with her, while others searched Spray under her direction. The Damane was part of the search. Down the dock, a thing appeared. Domon could think of no other way to describe it. A hulking creature with a leathery grey-green hide and a beak of a mouth in a wedge-shaped head, and 3 eyes. It lumbered along beside a man whose armor bore 3 painted eyes, just like those of the creature. The local people, dockmen and sailors in roughly embroidered shirts and long vests to their knees, shied away as the pair passed, but no Shan-Shan gave them a second glance. The man with the beast seemed to be directing it with hand signals. Man and creature turned in among the buildings, leaving Domon staring and his crew muttering to themselves. The 2 Shan-Shan guards sneered at them silently. No, my business, Domon reminded himself. His business was his ship. The air had a familiar smell of salt water and pitch. He shifted uneasily on the stone, hot from the sun, and wondered what the Shan-Shan were searching for, what the Damane was searching for. Wondered what that thing had been. Gulls cried, wheeling above the harbour. He thought of the sounds a caged man might make. It is no my business. Eventually Aegeanin led the others back onto the dock. The Shan-Shan captain had something wrapped in a piece of yellow silk, Domon noted warily. Something small enough to carry in one hand, but which he held carefully in both. He got to his feet slowly for the soldiers' sake, though their eyes held the same contempt Caban's did. You see, Captain, I do be only a peaceful trader. Perhaps your people would care to buy some fireworks. Perhaps, trader. There was an air of suppressed excitement about her that made him uneasy, and her next words increased the feeling. You will come with me. She told 2 soldiers to come along, and one of them gave Domon a push to get him started. It was not a rough shove. Domon had seen farmers push a cow in the same way to make it move. Setting his teeth, he followed Aegeanin. The cobblestone street climbed the slope, leaving the smell of the harbour behind. The slate-roofed houses grew larger and taller as the street climbed. Surprisingly, for a town held by invaders, the streets held more local people than Shan-Shan soldiers, and now and again a curtained palanquin was borne past by bare-chested men. The foremen seemed to be going about their business as if the Shan-Shan were not there, or almost not there. When palanquin or soldier passed, both poor folk with only a curling line or 2 worked on their dirty clothes, and the richer, with shirts, vests and dresses covered from shoulder to waist in intricately embroidered patterns, bowed and remained bent until the Shan-Shan were gone. They did the same for Domon and his guard. Neither Aegeanin nor her soldiers so much as glanced at them. Domon realized with a sudden shock that some of the local people they passed wore daggers at their belts, and in a few cases, swords. He was so surprised that he spoke without thinking. Some of them be on your side? Aegeanin frowned over her shoulder at him, obviously puzzled. Without slowing, she looked at the people and nodded to herself. You mean the swords? They are our people now, trader. They have sworn the oaths. She stopped abruptly, pointing at a tall, heavy-shouldered man with a heavily embroidered vest and a sword swinging on a plain leather baldric. You! The man halted in mid-step, 1 foot in the air, and a frightened look suddenly on his face. It was a hard face, but he looked as if he wanted to run. Instead, he turned to her and bowed, hands on knees, eyes fixed on her boots. How may this one serve the captain? He asked in a tight voice. You are a merchant, Aegeanin said. You have sworn the oaths? Yes, captain. Yes. He did not take his eyes from her feet. What do you tell the people when you take your wagons inland? That they must obey the forerunners, captain, await the return, and serve those who come home. And do you never think to use that sword against us? The man's hands went white-knuckled, gripping his knees, and there was suddenly sweat in his voice. I have sworn the oaths, captain. I obey, await, and serve. You see, Aegeanin said, turning to Domon, there is no reason to forbid them weapons. There must be trade, and merchants must protect themselves from bandits. We allow the people to come and go as they will, so long as they obey, await, and serve. Their forefathers broke their oaths, but these have learned better. She started back up the hill, and the soldiers pushed Domon after her. He looked back at the merchant. The man stayed bent as he was till Aegeanin was 10 paces up the street. Then he straightened and hurried the other way, leaping down the sloping street. Aegeanin and his guards did not look around either when a mounted Seanchan troop passed them climbing the street. The soldiers rode creatures that looked almost like cats the size of horses, but with lizards' scales rippling bronze beneath their saddles. Clawed feet grasped the cobblestones. A three-eyed head turned to regard Domon as the troop climbed by. Aside from everything else, it seemed too, knowing for Domon's peace of mind. He stumbled and almost fell. All along the street, the foalmen were pressing themselves back against the fronts of the buildings, some closing their eyes. The Seanchan paid them no heed. Domon understood why the Seanchan could allow the people as much freedom as they did. He wondered if he would have had nerve enough to resist. Demane, monsters. He wondered if there was anything to stop the Seanchan from marching all the way to the spine of the world. No, my business, he reminded himself roughly, and considered whether there was any way to avoid the Seanchan in his future trading. They reached the top of the incline where the town gave way to hills. There was no town wall. Ahead were the inns that served merchants who traded inland, and wagon yards and stables. Here, the houses would have made respectable manors for the minor lords in Ilian. The largest of them had an honor guard of Seanchan soldiers out front, and a blue-edged banner bearing a golden, spread-winged hawk rippling above it. Aegeanin surrendered her sword and dagger before taking Domon inside. Her two soldiers remained in the street. Domon began to sweat. He smelled a lord in this. It was never good to do business with a lord on the lord's own ground. In the front hall, Aegeanin left Domon at the door and spoke to a servant. A local man, judging by the full sleeves of his shirt and the spirals embroidered across his chest, Domon believed he caught the words, "High Lord." The servant hurried away, returning finally to lead them to what was surely the largest room in the house. Every stick of furniture had been cleared out of it, even the rugs, and the stone floor was polished to a bright gleam. Folding screens painted with strange birds hid walls and windows. Aegeanin stopped just inside the room. When Domon tried to ask where they were and why, she silenced him with a savage glare and a wordless growl. She did not move, but she seemed on the point of bouncing on her toes. She held whatever it was she had taken from his ship as if it were precious. He tried to imagine what it could be. Suddenly a gong sounded softly, and the Seanchan woman dropped to her knees, setting the silk-wrapped something carefully beside her. At a look from her, Domon got down as well. Lords had strange ways, and he suspected Seanchan lords might have stranger ones than he knew. Two men appeared in the doorway at the far end of the room. One had the left side of his scalp shaved, his remaining pale golden hair braided and hanging down over his ear to his shoulder. His deep yellow robe was just long enough to let the toes of yellow slippers peek out when he walked. The other wore a blue silk robe, brocaded with birds and long enough to trail nearly a span on the floor behind him. His head was shaved bald, and his fingernails were at least an inch long. Those on the first two fingers of each hand lacquered blue. Domon's mouth dropped open. "You are in the presence of the High Lord Turak," the yellow-haired man intoned, "who leads those who come before and succors the return." Aegeanin prostrated herself with her hands at her sides. Domon imitated her with alacrity. Even High Lords of Tyr would no demand this, he thought. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Aegeanin kissing the floor. With a grimace, he decided there was a limit to imitation. They can no see whether I do or no anyway. Aegeanin suddenly stood. He started to rise as well, and made it as far as one knee before a growl in her throat, and a scandalized look on the face of the man with the braid put him back down, face to the floor and muttering under his breath. "I would no do this for the King of Ilian and the Council of Nine together. Your name is Aegeanin." It had to be the voice of the man in the blue robe. His slurring speech had a rhythm, almost like singing. "I was so named on my sword day, High Lord," she replied humbly. "This is a fine specimen, Aegeanin. Quite rare. Do you wish a payment?" "That the High Lord is pleased is payment enough. I live to serve, High Lord. I will mention your name to the Empress, Aegeanin. After the return, new names will be called to the blood. Show yourself fit, and you may shed the name Aegeanin for a hire. The High Lord honors me. Yes, you may leave me." Domon could see nothing but her boots backing out of the room, pausing at intervals for bows. The door closed behind her. There was a long silence. He was watching sweat from his forehead drip onto the floor when Turak spoke again. "You may rise, trader." Domon got to his feet and saw what Turak held in his long-nailed fingers. The Quendilar disc shaped into the ancient seal of the Aes Sedai. Remembering Egarnin's reaction when he mentioned Aes Sedai, Daemon began to sweat in earnest. There was no animosity in the High Lord's dark eyes, only a slight curiosity, but Daemon did not trust lords. "Do you know what this is, trader?" "No, High Lord." Daemon's reply was as steady as a rock. No trader lasted long who could not lie with a straight face and an easy voice. "And yet you kept it in a secret place." "I do collect old things, High Lord, from times past." "There do be those who would steal such. Did they lay easy to hand?" Turak regarded the black and white disc for a moment. "This is Quendilla, trader. Do you know that name? And older than you perhaps know? Come with me." Daemon followed the man cautiously, feeling a little more sure of himself. With any lord of the lands, he knew, if guards were going to be summoned, they already would have been. But the little he had seen of Shanshan told him they did not do things as other men did. He schooled his face to stillness. He was led into another room. He thought the furniture here had to have been brought by Turak. It seemed to be made of curves, with no straight lines at all, and the wood was polished to bring out strange graining. There was one chair, on a silk carpet woven in birds and flowers, and one large cabinet made in a circle. Folding screens made new walls. The man with the braid opened the doors of the cabinet to reveal shelves holding an odd assortment of figurines, cups, bowls, vases, 50 different things, no two alike in size or shape. Daemon's breath caught as Turak carefully set the disc beside its exact twin. "Quendilla," Turak said. "That is what I collect, trader. Only the Empress herself has a finer collection." Daemon's eyes almost popped out of his head. If everything on those shelves was truly Quendilla, it was enough to buy a kingdom, or at the least to found a great house. Even a king might beggar himself to buy so much of it, if he even knew where to find so much. He put on a smile. "High Lord, please accept this piece as a gift." He did not want to let it go, but that was better than angering this Shanshan. Maybe the Darkfriends will chase him now. "I do be but a simple trader. I want only to trade. Let me sail, and I do promise that." Turak's expression never changed, but the man with the braid cut Daemon off with a snapped, unshaven dog. "You speak of giving the High Lord what Captain Egarnin has already given. You bargain as if the High Lord were a merchant. You will be flayed alive over 9 days, dog, and—" The barest motion of Turak's finger silenced him. "I cannot allow you to leave me, trader," the High Lord said. "In this shadowed land of oath-breakers, I find none who can converse with a man of sensibilities. But you are a collector. Perhaps your conversation will be interesting." He took the chair, lolling back in its curves to study Daemon. Daemon put on what he hoped was an ingratiating smile. "High Lord, I do be a simple trader, a simple man. I do know have the way of talking with great lords." The man with the braid glared at him, but Turak seemed not to hear. From behind one of the screens, a slim, pretty young woman appeared on quick feet to kneel beside the High Lord, offering a lacquered tray bearing a single cup, thin and handleless, of some steaming black liquid. Her dark, round face was vaguely reminiscent of the sea folk. Turak took the cup carefully in his long, nailed fingers, never looking at the young woman, and inhaled the fumes. Daemon took one look at the girl and pulled his eyes away with a strangled gasp. Her white silk robe was embroidered with flowers, but so sheer he could see right through it, and there was nothing beneath but her own slimness. "The aroma of calf," Turak said, "is almost as enjoyable as the flavor. Now, trader, I have learned that Quendilla is even more rare here than in Shanshan. Tell me how a simple trader came to possess a piece." He sipped his calf and waited. Daemon took a deep breath and set about trying to lie his way out of Fulmer. In the room shared by Hurin and Loial, Rand peered through the window at the ordered lines and terraces of Cairhien, the stone buildings and slate roofs. He could not see the Illuminator's chapter house, even if huge towers and great lords' houses had not been in the way. The city walls would have prevented it. The Illuminators were on everyone's tongues in the city, even now, days after the night when they had lofted only one night flower into the sky, and that early. A dozen different versions of the scandal were being told, discounting minor variations, but none close to the truth. Rand turned away. He hoped no one had been hurt in the fire, but the Illuminators had not so far admitted there had been a fire. They were a close-mouthed lot about what went on inside their chapter house. "I will take the next watch," he told Hurin, "as soon as I come back. There is no need, my lord." Hurin bowed as deeply as any Cairhienin. "I can keep watch." "Truly, my lord need not trouble himself." Rand drew a deep breath and exchanged looks with Loial. The Ogier only shrugged. The sniffer was growing more formal every day they remained in Cairhien. The Ogier simply commented that humans often acted oddly. "Hurin," Rand said, "you used to call me Lord Rand, and you used not to bow every time I looked at you. I want him to unbend and call me Lord Rand again," he thought with amazement. "Lord Rand, light, we have to get out of here before I start wanting him to bow. Will you please sit down? You make me tired looking at you." Hurin stood with his back stiff, yet appeared ready to leap to perform any task Rand might request. He neither sat down nor relaxed now. "It wouldn't be proper, my lord. We have to show these Cairhienin we know how to be every bit as proper as—" "Will you stop saying that?" Rand shouted. "As you wish, my lord." It was an effort for Rand not to sigh again. "Hurin, I'm sorry. I should not have shouted at you." "It's your right, my lord," Hurin said simply. "If I don't do the way you want, it's your right to shout." Rand stepped toward the sniffer with the intention of grabbing the man's collar and shaking him. A knock on the connecting door to Rand's room froze them all, but Rand was pleased to see that Hurin did not wait to ask permission before picking up his sword. The heron-marked blade was at Rand's waist. Going out, he touched its hilt. He waited for Loial to seat himself on his long bed, arranging his legs and the tails of his coat to further obscure the blanket-covered chest under the bed, then yanked open the door. The innkeeper stood there, rocking with eagerness and pushing his tray at Rand. 2 sealed parchments lay on the tray. "Forgive me, my lord," Quale said breathlessly. "I could not wait until you came down, and then you were not in your own room, and... Yeah. Forgive me, but... Yeah. He jiggled the tray. Rand snatched the invitations. There had been so many without looking at them, took the innkeeper's arm and turned him toward the door to the hall. "Thank you, Master Quale, for taking the trouble. If you'll leave us alone now, please." Yeah. "But, my lord," Quale protested, "these are from—" "Thank you." Rand pushed the man into the hall and pulled the door shut firmly. He tossed the parchments onto the table. He hasn't done that before. "Loial, do you think he was listening at the door before he knocked? You are starting to think like these Cairhienin." The Ogier laughed, but his ears twitched thoughtfully, and he added, "Still, he is Cairhienin, so he may well have been. I don't think we said anything he should not have heard." Rand tried to remember. None of them had mentioned the Horn of Valor, or Trollocs, or Darkfriends. When he found himself wondering what Quale could make of what they actually had said, he gave himself a shake. "This place is getting to you too," he muttered to himself. "My lord?" Hurin had picked up the sealed parchments and was gazing wide-eyed at the seals. "My lord, these are from Lord Barthanes, High Seat of House Damodred, and from—" His voice dropped with awe. "The king." Rand waved them away. "They still go in the fire like the rest, unopened." "But, my lord," "Hurin," Rand said patiently, "you and Loial between you have explained this great game to me. If I go wherever it is they've invited me, the Cairhienin will read something into it and think I'm part of somebody's plot. If I don't go, they'll read something into that. If I send back an answer, they will dig for meaning in it, and the same if I don't answer. And since half of Cairhien apparently spies on the other half, everybody knows what I do. I burned the first 2, and I will burn these just like all the others." One day there had been 12 in the pile he tossed into the common room fireplace, seals unbroken. Whatever they make of it, at least it's the same for everybody. I am not for anyone in Cairhien, and I am not against anyone. "I have tried to tell you," Loial said. "I don't think it works that way. Whatever you do, Cairhienin will see some sort of plot in it. At least, that is what Elder Haman always said." Hurin held the sealed invitations out to Rand as if offering gold. "My lord, this one bears the personal seal of Galdrian." "His personal seal, my lord." "And this one, the personal seal of Lord Barthanes, who is next to the king himself in power." "My lord, burn these, and you make enemies as powerful as you can find." Burning them's worked so far because the other houses are all waiting to see what you're up to, and thinking you must have powerful allies to risk insulting them. But Lord Barthanes and the king. Insult them and they'll act for sure. Rand scrubbed his hands through his hair. "What if I refuse them both?" "It won't work, my lord. Every last house has sent you an invitation now. If you decline these, Well, for sure, at least one of the other houses will figure. If you're not allied with the king or Lord Barthanes, then they can answer your insult of burning their invitation. My lord, I hear the houses in Cairhien use killers now. A knife in the street, an arrow from a rooftop, poison slipped in your wine. You could accept them both, Loial suggested. I know you don't want to, Rand, but it might even be fun. An evening at a lord's manor, or even at the royal palace. Rand, the Shienarans believed in you. Rand grimaced. He knew it had been chance that the Shienarans thought he was a lord, a chance likeness of names, a rumour among the servants, and Moiraine and the Amyrlin stirring it all. But Selene had believed it too. Maybe she'll be at one of these. Hurin was shaking his head violently, though. Builder, you don't know Daes Dae'mar as well as you think you do. Not the way they play it in Cairhien, not now. With most houses, it wouldn't matter. Even when they're plotting against each other to the knife, they act like they aren't, out where everybody can see. But not these two. House Damodred held the throne until Leman lost it, and they want it back. The king would crush them if they weren't nearly as powerful as he is. You can't find bitterer rivals than House Riatin and House Damodred. If my lord accepts both houses will know it as soon as he sends his answers, and they'll both think he's part of some plot by the other against them. They'll use the knife and the poison as quick as look at you. And I suppose, Rand growled, if I only accept one, the other will think I'm allied with that house. Hurin nodded, and they will probably try to kill me to stop whatever I'm involved in. Hurin nodded again. Then do you have any suggestion as to how I avoid any of them wanting to see me dead? Hurin shook his head. I wish I'd never burned those first two. Yes, my lord. But it wouldn't have made much difference, I'm guessing. Whoever you accepted or rejected, these Cairhien would see something in it. Rand held out his hand, and Hurin laid the two folded parchments in it. The one was sealed, not with the tree and crown of House Damodred, but with Barthanes' charging boar. The other bore Goldrian's stag. Personal seals. Apparently he had managed to rouse interest in the highest quarters by doing nothing at all. These people are crazy, he said, trying to think of a way out of this. Yes, my lord. I will let them see me in the common room with these, he said slowly. Whatever was seen in the common room at midday was known in 10 houses before nightfall, and in all of them by daybreak next. I won't break the seals. That way they will know I have not answered either one yet. As long as they are waiting to see which way I jump, maybe I can earn a few more days. Ingtar has to come soon. He has to. Now that is thinking like a Cairhien, my lord, Hurin said, grinning. Rand gave him a sour look, then stuffed the parchments into his pocket on top of Selene's letters. Let's go, Loial. Maybe Ingtar has arrived. When he and Loial reached the common room, no man and woman in it looked at Rand. Qualia was polishing a silver tray as if his life depended on its gleam. The serving girls hurried between the tables as if Rand and the Ogier did not exist. Every last person at the tables stared into his or her mug as if the secrets of power lay in wine or ale. Not one of them said a word. After a moment, he pulled the 2 invitations from his pocket and studied the seals, then stuck them back. Qualia gave a little jump as Rand started for the door. Before it closed behind him, he heard conversations spring up again. Rand strode down the street so fast that Loial did not have to shorten his stride to stay beside him. We have to find a way out of the city, Loial. This trick with the invitations can't work more than 2 or 3 days. If Ingtar doesn't come by then, we must leave anyway. Agreed, Loial said. But how? Loial began ticking off points on his thick fingers. Fane is out there, or there would not have been Trollocs in the Foregate. If we ride out, they will be on us as soon as we are out of sight of the city. If we travel with a merchant train, they'll certainly attack it. No merchant would have more than 5 or 6 guards, and they would probably run as soon as they saw a Trolloc. If only we knew how many Trollocs Fane has, and how many Darkfriends. You have cut his numbers down. He did not mention the Trolloc he had killed, but from his frown, his long eyebrows hanging down onto his cheeks, he was thinking of it. It doesn't matter how many he has, Rand said. 10 are as bad as 100. If 10 Trollocs attack us, I don't think we'll get away again. He avoided thinking of the way he might, just might, deal with 10 Trollocs. It had not worked when he tried to help Loial after all. I do not think we could either. I don't think we have money to take passage very far, but even so, if we tried to reach the Foregate docks, well, Fane must have Darkfriends watching. If he thought we were taking ship, I don't believe he would care who saw the Trollocs. Even if we fought free of them somehow, we would have to explain ourselves to the city guards, and they would certainly not believe we cannot open the chest, so we are not letting any Cairhien see that chest, Loial." The Ogier nodded. "And the city docks are no good either. The city docks were reserved for the grain barges and the pleasure craft of the lords and ladies. No one came to them without permission. One could look down on them from the wall, but it was a drop that would break even Loial's neck." Loial wiggled his thumb as if trying to think of a point for that, too. "I suppose it is too bad we cannot reach Steading Sofu. Trollocs would never come into a steading. But I don't suppose they would let us get that far without attacking." Rand did not answer. They had reached the big guardhouse just inside the gate by which they had first entered Cairhien. Outside, the Foregate teemed and milled, and a pair of guards kept watch on them. Rand thought a man, dressed in what had once been good Shienaran clothes, ducked back into the crowd at the sight of him, but he could not be sure. There were too many people in clothes from too many lands, all of them hurrying. He went up the steps into the guardhouse, past breastplated guards on either side of the door. The large anteroom had hard wooden benches for people with business there, mainly folk waiting with a humble patience, wearing the plain, dark garments that marked the poorer commoners. There were a few Foregaters among them, picked out by shabbiness and bright colours, no doubt hoping for permission to seek work inside the walls. Rand went straight to the long table in the back of the room. There was only one man seated behind it, not a soldier, with one green bar across his coat. A plump fellow whose skin looked too tight, he adjusted documents on the table and shifted the position of his inkwell twice before looking up at Rand and Loial with a false smile. "How may I help you, my lord?" "The same way I hoped you could help me yesterday," Ram said with more patience than he felt, "and the day before, and the day before that." "Has Lord Ingtar come? Lord Ingtar, my lord?" Rand took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Lord Ingtar of House Shinoa, from Shienar. The same man I have asked after every day I've come here. No one of that name has entered the city, my lord. Are you certain? Don't you need to look at your lists at least? My lord, the lists of foreigners who have come to Cairhien are exchanged among the guardhouses at sunrise and at sunset, and I examine them as soon as they come before me. No Shienaran lord has entered Cairhien in some time. And the Lady Selene. Before you ask again, I do not know her house. But I've given you her name, and I've described her to you 3 times. Isn't that enough?" The man spread his hands. "I am sorry, my lord. Not knowing her house makes it very difficult." He had a bland look on his face. Rand wondered whether he would tell even if he knew. A movement at one of the doors behind the desk caught Rand's eye, a man starting to step into the anteroom, then turning away hurriedly. "Perhaps Captain Caldevwin can help me," Rand told the clerk. "Captain Caldevwin, my lord. I just saw him behind you." "I'm sorry, my lord. If there was a Captain Caldevwin in the guardhouse, I would know." Rand stared at him until Loial touched his shoulder. "Rand, I think we might as well go." "Thank you for your help," Ram said in a tight voice. "I will return tomorrow. It is my pleasure to do what I may," the man said with his false smile. Rand stalked out of the guardhouse so fast that Loial had to hurry to catch him up in the street. He was lying, you know, Loial. He did not slow down, but rather hurried along as if he could burn away some of his frustration through physical exertion. Caldevwin was there. He could be lying about all of it. Ingtar could already be here, looking for us. I'll bet he knows who Selene is too. Perhaps, Rand. Daes Dae'mar. Light. I'm tired of hearing about the great game. I don't want to play it. I do not want to be any part of it. Loial walked beside him, saying nothing. "I know," Ram said at last. "They think I'm a lord, and in Cairhien, even outland lords are part of the game. I wish I'd never put on this coat. Moiraine," he thought bitterly. "She's still causing me trouble." Almost immediately, though, if reluctantly, he admitted that she could hardly be blamed for this. There had always been some reason to pretend to be what he was not. First keeping Hurin's spirits up, and then trying to impress Selene. After Selene, there had not seemed to be any way out of it. His steps slowed until he came to a halt. When Moiraine let me go, I thought things would be simple again. Even chasing after the horn, even with everything, I thought it would be simple. Even with Sedin inside your head. Light, what I wouldn't give to have everything be simple again. "Tavaren," Loial began. "I do not want to hear about that either." Rand started off again as fast as before. "All I want is to give the dagger to Mat and the horn to Ingtar." "Then what?" Go mad? Die? If I die before I go mad, at least I won't hurt anybody else. But I don't want to die either. Lan can talk about sheathing the sword, but I'm a shepherd, not a warder. If I can just not touch it, he muttered. Maybe I can. Yeah. Owen almost made it. What, Rand? I didn't hear that. It was nothing, Rand said wearily. I wish Ingtar would get here. And Matt. And Perrin. They walked along in silence for a time, with Rand lost in thought. Thom's nephew had lasted almost 3 years by channeling only when he thought he had to. If Owen had managed to limit how often he channeled, it must be possible to not channel at all, no matter how seductive Sedin was. Rand, Loial said, there's a fire up ahead. Rand got rid of his unwelcome thoughts and looked off into the city, frowning. A thick column of black smoke billowed up above the rooftops. He could not see what lay at the base of it, but he was too close to the inn. Darkfriends, he said, staring at the smoke. Trollocs can't come inside the walls without being seen, but Darkfriends. Yeah. Hyorin. He broke into a run, Loial easily keeping pace beside him. The closer they came, the more certain it was, until they rounded the last stone-terraced corner, and there was the defender of the dragon wall, smoke pouring out of its upper windows and flames breaking through the roof. A crowd had gathered in front of the inn. Quale, shouting and jumping about, was directing men carrying furnishings out into the street. A double line of men passed inside buckets filled with water from a well down the street and empty buckets back out. Most of the people only stood and watched. A new gout of flame burst through the slate roof, and they gave a loud, "Ah!" Rand pushed through the crowd to the innkeeper. "Where is Hyorin?" "Careful with that table," Quale shouted. "Do not scrape it." He looked at Rand and blinked. His face was smudged with smoke. "My lord." "Who? Your manservant?" "I do not remember seeing him, my lord." "No doubt he went out." "Do not drop those candlesticks, fool." "They are silver." Quale danced off to harangue the men lugging his belongings out of the inn. "Hyorin wouldn't have gone out," Loial said. "He would not have left the—" Yeah. He looked around and left it unsaid. Some of the onlookers seemed to find an OGA as interesting as the fire. "I know," Rand said, and plunged into the inn. The common room hardly seemed as if the building were on fire. The double line of men stretched up the stairs, passing their buckets, and others scrambled to carry out what furniture was left. But there was no more smoke down here than if something had been burning the kitchen. As Rand pressed upstairs, it began to thicken. Coughing, he ran up the steps. The lines stopped short of the second landing, men halfway up the stairs hurling their water up into a smoke-filled hallway. Flames licking up the walls flickered red through the black smoke. One of the men grabbed Rand's arm. "You cannot go up there, my lord. It is all lost above here. Ogier, speak to him." It was the first Rand realized that Loial had followed him. "Go back, Loial. I'll bring him out. You cannot carry Hyorin and the chest both, Rand." The OGA shrugged. "Besides, I won't leave my books to burn." "Then keep low." Under the smoke, Rand dropped to his hands and knees on the stairs and scrambled up the rest of the way. There was cleaner air down near the floor, still smoky enough to make him cough, but he could breathe it. Yet even the air seemed blistering hot. He could not get enough of it through his nose. He breathed through his mouth and felt his tongue drying. Some of the water the men threw landed on him, soaking him to the skin. The coolness was only a momentary relief. The heat came right back. He crawled on determinedly, aware of Loial behind him only from the Ogier's coughing. One wall of the hallway was almost solid flame, and the floor near it had already begun to add thin tendrils to the cloud that hung over his head. He was glad he could not see what lay above the smoke. Ominous crackling told enough. The door to Hyorin's room had not caught yet, but it was hot enough that he had to try twice before he could manage to push it open. The first thing to meet his eye was Hyorin, sprawled on the floor. Rand crawled to the sniffer and lifted him up. There was a lump on the side of his head the size of a plum. Hyorin opened unfocused eyes. "Lord Rand?" he murmured faintly. "Or what to unmur?" Yeah. Knock at the door. Yeah. Thought it was more envy. Yeah. His eyes rolled back in his head. Rand felt for a heartbeat and sagged with relief when he found it. Rand. Yeah. Loial coughed. He was beside his bed, with the covers thrown up to reveal the bare boards underneath. The chest was gone. Above the smoke, the ceiling creaked, and flaming pieces of wood fell to the floor. Rand said, "Get your books. I will take Hurin. Hurry." He started to drape the limp sniffer over his shoulders, but Loial took Hurin from him. "The books will have to burn, Rand. You can't carry him and crawl, and if you stand up, you will never reach the stairs." The OJ pulled Hurin up onto his broad back, arms and legs hanging to either side. The ceiling gave a loud crack. "We must hurry, Rand. Go, Loial. Go and I'll follow." The Ogier crawled into the hall with his burden, and Rand started after him. Then he stopped, staring back at the connecting door to his room. The banner was still in there, the banner of the dragon. "Let it burn," he thought, and an answering thought came, as if he had heard Moiraine say it. "Your life may depend on it. She's still trying to use me. Your life may depend on it." Aes Sedai never lie. With a groan he rolled across the floor and kicked open the door to his room. The other room was a mass of flame. The bed was a bonfire. Red runners already crossed the floor. There would be no crawling across that. Getting to his feet, he ran crouching into the room, flinching from the heat, coughing, choking. Steam rose from his damp coat. One side of the wardrobe was already burning. He snatched open the door. His saddlebags lay inside, still protected from the fire, one side bulging with the banner of Luz Therin Telamon, the wooden fruit case beside them. For an instant he hesitated. I could still let it burn. The ceiling above him groaned. He grabbed saddlebags and flute case and threw himself back through the door, landing on his knees as burning timbers crashed where he had stood. Dragging his burden, he crawled into the hall. The floor shook with more falling beams. The men with the buckets were gone when he reached the stairs. He all but slid down the steps to the next landing, scrambled to his feet, and ran through the now empty building into the street. The onlookers stared at him with his face blackened and his coat covered with smut, but he staggered to where Loial had propped Hurin against the wall of a house across the street. A woman from the crowd was wiping Hurin's face with a cloth, but his eyes were still closed, and his breath came in heaves. "Is there a wisdom nearby?" Ram demanded. "He needs help." The woman looked at him blankly, and he tried to remember the other names he had heard people call the women who would be wisdoms in the two rivers. A wise woman? A woman you call mother somebody? A woman who knows herbs and healing? "I am a reader, if that is what you mean," the woman said, "but all I know to do for this one is to make him comfortable. Something is broken inside his head, I fear." "Rand, it is you!" Rand stared. It was Matt, leading his horse through the crowd, with his bow strung across his back. A Matt whose face was pale and drawn, but still Matt, and grinning, if weakly. And behind him came Perrin, his yellow eyes shining in the fire and earning as many looks as the blaze. And Ingtar, dismounting in a high-collared coat instead of armor, but still with his sword hilt sticking up over his shoulder. Rand felt a shiver run through him. "It's too late," he told them. "You came too late." And he sat down in the street and began to laugh.